morning, everyone. It's lovely to see you all. I'm just going to start proceedings off. I'm sure we'll have some others that will trickle in over the course of the morning. But I just wanted to welcome you to the Kienholz Institute of Art. Those of you that haven't met me before, my name is Jo Applin, and I'm the Walter H. Annenberg Professor of the History of Art here at the Kienholz. I'm also Director of the Centre for the Art of Americas, also based here at the Kienholz, and it's with that hat on that I'm really pleased to be here today and welcome you all, and welcome back those of you who joined us last night for Lan's terrific keynote lecture, which was just a brilliant opening up of the kind of conversations we're going to be enjoying today. So our goal here with the Centre for the Art of the Americas, with my colleagues Lucy Bradnott, with Johanna and with others on faculty, is really to leverage the Centre's convening power as an international platform for new ideas and approaches. And we have done this for the last 10 years through a really quite dynamic range of workshops, symposia, exhibition visits, conversations, visiting scholars. We have an annual postdoctoral fellow, and our goal really from the outset has been to address the urgent questions that face our field today. In part, that can be flagged by our change of name about 18 months ago, a year ago, from the Centre for American Art to the Centre for the Art of the Americas, with a mission to really expand at its most capacious, the range geographically and politically, the kind of conversations that we host here at the Centre. And our aim is to strengthen and develop collaborations really across the academy, the art world, and to other colleagues and practitioners beyond, to ensure really the widest possible range of international participants, which has been in part enabled in recent years by support from the Terra Foundation. Our vision for the Centre for the Art of the Americas really couldn't be better expressed than in today's conference, I think. Our vision is to answer calls to recognise the colonial and nationalist imperatives that have shaped the field, and to bring to bear decolonial and transnational approaches. At a time when academic freedom in the United States is increasingly under threat, we'll just say under threat, I think, and American history is an ideological battleground, the Centre's location outside of the United States plays, we hope, a critical role in its ability to convene scholars and students for really challenging and intellectually ambitious conversation. So the Centre serves as a major platform for conversations on the past, present and future of art history in the Americas. We have a website which is almost entirely up to date. We have a large community of students and scholars, affiliated researchers who pass through and spend time with us. We have a number of MA special options that focus on the art of America. We have PhD students and postdocs, associate lecturers, curators, and colleagues drawn from across our departments here at the Kienholz and beyond, from curating and also our conservation departments and the gallery. And you can see a number of those activities, including those we record quite a lot of our events. Are we recording today? Including today's, which will be up imminently, so you can revisit these and share those links. It's on. We have a YouTube channel, and it's full of all of the different events that we've hosted. So I just wanted to welcome you and to just alert you to who we are as a centre within the Kienholz. If you didn't know, some of you are long-standing friends of that centre, some of you are new ones, so welcome. And I'll hand over to Johanna now, who's going to introduce what I'm just very excited to say is going to be a really important day. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jo. And I'll reiterate my thanks to the Centre for the Art of the Americas for sponsoring today. I'm Johanna Goss. I'm a lecturer here at the Kienholz and the organizer of this symposium, Kienholz on American Violence, which we launched last night with a very brilliant keynote from Dr. Lauren Absegogordy. And Lauren is obviously quite a tough act to follow. So I'm going to keep my opening remarks brief, hopefully, and just provide a bit of context, really just for my motivation to organize this event. But before I do, I want to just reiterate again my thanks to Jo, to the Centre, to the research forum, particularly Diego Arteche and Romy here, who are helping us out today. I want to reiterate my thanks again to LA Louvre Gallery, to Lisa Jan, and to Lauren Graver for all of their support in facilitating new research and perspectives on Kienholz, which our speakers can also attest to. And we'll also get a chance to hear more of Lauren's own research this afternoon. I also want to thank Lucy Bradnock, who's the Dean of Research here at the Kienholz, who will be sharing her expertise on post-war American art, and specifically California art history, as the discussion moderator for our first panel, which has a particular geographic focus on Los Angeles. So I want to reflect on the origins of the symposium, which really started with a research project that I undertook while I was an assistant professor at the University of Idaho between 2018 and 2023, before I arrived here. This research culminated in an exhibition that I curated that opened in 2024 at the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, which was called Beyond Hope, Kienholz and the Inland Northwest, which you can see a few installation shots from here. And you also see my curator's essay for that exhibition. My aim with this exhibition was to contextualize the Kienholzes' work against the history, geography, and really kind of cultural politics, I would say, of the Inland Northwest, which is a rural territory encompassing eastern Washington, northern Idaho, sometimes the eastern part of, the western part of Montana. Research on this exhibition began in my first year in Idaho and spanned across the pandemic. And then finally, in September of 2022, I was invited to visit the Kienholz compound in northern Idaho, accompanied by Lisa and Lauren, a very transformative trip. And we reached this collection of buildings on the banks of Lake Pend Oreille, located just past the limits of a tiny town called Hope, which is where the title of my exhibition comes from, Beyond Hope, which is sort of this peninsula where this is located. Hope has a population of around 100. It's located in Bonner County, Idaho, which is the second northernmost county in the Idaho Panhandle. In 1973, Ed and Nancy Kienholz relocated from Los Angeles to Hope. And as you'll hear a bit more about today, they also actually spent a significant part of the year in West Berlin, and later Houston was added into that sort of annual circuit. Their move to Idaho was a homecoming of sorts for Ed Kienholz, who grew up on a farm in rural eastern Washington along the Idaho border, and whose Swiss-German ancestors had settled in the Spokane, Washington area in the mid-19th century. And though he spent more than 2 decades between 1952 and 1973 living in LA, in Los Angeles, Ed regularly had spent his summers in northern Idaho during this period, and after really relocating to Hope, he stayed there until his death in 1994. And Nancy continued living there until her death in 2019. Just to give you some bright red geographic context, because I know sometimes, considering we're in the UK, this could be a bit possibly obscure. So this rural and sparsely populated area of northern Idaho was, and still is, known for its sweeping mountainous landscapes, as you saw, but it's also known as a hotbed for far-right extremism and religious fundamentalism, and particularly for white supremacist, ethno-fascist, and anti-government militias. 2 of the most famous examples that you may have heard of are the Aryan Nations, a neo-Nazi militia that was headquartered in Hayden Lake, Idaho, from the 1970s to the 90s, until they were actually collapsed under sort of economic pressure from the Southern Poverty Law Center that continuously sued them into non-existence. Another famous instance being the Ruby Ridge Siege of 1992, which actually dovetails really nicely with the temporality or the periodization that Lauren was discussing around the Gulf War era. So the Ruby Ridge siege was a standoff between arguably white supremacist anti-government separatists and the FBI in Boundary County, Idaho, which is the county immediately to the north of Bonner County. Both Hayden Lake and Ruby Ridge are less than 1 hour's drive from the Kienholzes compound in Hope. But in mentioning these, I also want to make clear that these are just two of the most kind of sensationalist, media-frenzied examples of a regional political shift that is largely post-Vietnam War, and this shift that has effectively written over a variety of other histories, namely contemporary histories of Indigenous activism and resistance in the region, which I believe you'll hear more about in Chris Green's talk today, as well as longer histories of working class solidarities and organized labor in Idaho and the inland Northwest during the first half of the 20th century, which were in turn preceded by widespread settler colonial violence against Native peoples in the 19th century and early 20th century. So these are the histories that I can only gesture to here, obviously, but I believe offer essential context for the Kienholzes' work, and importantly, these were histories that Ed and Nancy were acutely aware of and consistently reference in their work, particularly after 1973, even if only sometimes obliquely. Today, decades after Ruby Ridge and the collapse of the Aryan Nations, a range of newly sprouted hate groups and far-right religious cults have taken root and expanded across the inland Northwest, emboldened by the political legitimization of fascism and Christian nationalism, and of course also by the internet. State politics have arguably shifted further rightward. For instance, since the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision in 2022 overturned Roe versus Wade, Bonner County, where the Kienholz compound is located, made national news as among the most deprived regions in the country when it comes to reproductive care. By 2023, the main hospital in Bonner County had shuttered its maternity ward after all of the obstetricians had fled the state, leaving patients to drive or in an emergency be airlifted 46 miles in order to give birth or receive reproductive care. So this geographic and political context, both historical and current, has unavoidably shaped my understanding of Ed and Nancy Kienholz's work. Unavoidably because I lived and worked there, and also having spent time there at the compound. And in fact, the day that I pulled into the compound in September 2022, I received an email from my employer, my former employer, the University of Idaho, via its Office of General Counsel, which is essentially the legal department. It was a campus-wide legal memo that was advising all faculty and staff at the university to remain neutral, or better yet, completely silent, on topics related to abortion and contraception. Their guidance was in response to one of many post-Dobbs trigger bills or trigger laws that went into effect, this one declaring it a felony punishable by jail time for state employees to promote abortion or contraception. Keep in mind, contraception is still legal in the United States and in Idaho. Or to provide information on how to access these types of services. So what kind of constitutes promotion is, of course, totally and deliberately vague. And so the university's lawyers advise that employees should just fundamentally avoid these topics altogether, under all circumstances. So in the early 1960s, a decade before Roe was codified, or even argued before the Supreme Court, Kienholz made a work that I think captures these conditions, in which abortion is not just criminalized, but also rendered unspeakable, morally and legally blasphemous. His 1962 tableau, The Illegal Operation, depicts the grisly aftermath of a back alley abortion, which is something that his, at that time, wife, prior to Nancy, had just recently experienced. As a makeshift operating theater in which the patient has been replaced by a stained sack of cement, slumped lifelessly in the center of a metal cart, possibly a dismembered shopping cart, maybe Lisa or Lauren can correct me on that. He was keen to kind of remake and rebuild objects, commercial and industrial objects. And I think the commercial and the industrial are really the setting the tone here in terms of the materials being used. The sack is slit, its contents leak out, forming a small pyramid of industrial waste. The only mark of the surgeon's presence is a half-smoked cigarette, lying casually next to the incision site. A metal bedpan and saucepan contain dirty surgical instruments, and a paint can, stuffed with what appear to be blood-stained rags, are tinged brown from oxidation. The glare of a bare light bulb sets the mood as one of criminality, impropriety, and violation, more befitting a torture scene or fetish pornography or even a post-mortem than a medical procedure. And I'm reminded here of Lauren's comments on excess and the relationship to the resin splatter, which you'll see is a key component of this work, as a sort of expressive ejaculate over the scene, considering the way that resin is applied here, kind of like a stain, but it's across the entire work. Let's see, you can see that polyester resin there. This sense of spill, leakage, overflow, as well as contamination resulting from it, endows this work really with its affective charge, I think. And when I showed this work, reflecting back on the week after I returned from Hope, I showed this work to my students. And I told them about what I'd experienced, and I told them about this law, because they weren't really aware of it. And I asked them, does this promote abortion? Does this condemn abortion? Does it do both at once? Does it revel in the horror of the act? Does it breathe a sigh of relief, like the final exhalation from that surgeon's cigarette? And thinking again back to your talk, Lauren, I think Kienholz's moralism is decidedly ambivalent here. Ooh, whoops. Besides excess, though, the illegal operation might also, or could also, be read more self-reflexively as a grotesque parody of the artist's studio, in which its surgical scissors, scalpels, and knives stand in for the artist's tools, like paintbrushes or mixing sticks or even a chisel. And the used and bloody rags could instead be soiled with oil paint and turpentine, and the cement might evoke sculpture, so the process of casting, molding, and so forth. An artist with no formal artistic training who came of age amidst the triumph of American painting, Kienholz was acutely aware of the Promethean model of heroic, masculinist creativity championed by the New York School and its lead critics. It is tempting then to read the illegal operation, perhaps metonymically, its resinous strips, razor blade slits and zips, and soaked and stained rags as imitative of celebrated abstract expressionist techniques. But if one reads the illegal operation as an artist's studio, then it is Kienholz who's cast himself as the abortionist, the agent of violence, rather than merely a bystander or witness or voyeur, which is how his work is often discussed, as we've mentioned, voyeurism. Like many of Kienholz's tableaux, this work questions and sort of scrambles, I think, the ethics of violence by destabilizing the relationship between agency and complicity, the gaze, and the act itself. A condensed summary of the visual vocabulary presents a condensed summary, I think, or an anticipatory, perhaps, kind of précis of the visual vocabulary that we see in this work, Five Car Stud, in its seductive use of sensationalism, but one that I think tends to often obscure or inhibit more slower and perhaps more nuanced forms of political critique or of interpretation, thinking about really the space between looking and acting and what kinds of complicity accompany them. So one of my aims, and here we see those strips again, one of my aims for today is that we look and think beyond this often blinding sensationalism, this dripping affective excess to the deeper contradictions in the Kienholzes' work alongside those in their orbit, who we'll also hear about in this morning's panel. And in doing so, we can test the capacities of our practice as historians of the visual. And so with that, I want to introduce our first speaker, Joanna Pavlik, who is Senior Lecturer and Subject Head in the Department of Art History at the University of Sussex, where she's taught since 2014. Her monograph, Remade in America, Surrealist Art, Activism and Politics from 1940 to 1978, was published by the University of California Press in 2021 and was co-winner of the 2021 MSA First Book Prize. Jo received a Liverfilm Research Fellowship in 2020-2021 for her project, Draw the Line, Figuring Anti-Fascism in North American Art, 1961 to 1980, which I believe her talk today will be drawn from. And she has published widely on surrealism and post-war U.S. art, visual culture, and protest. Her talk this morning is entitled Blue Fascism at Bereal and State Violence. Welcome up, Jo. And I'll introduce each speaker as we go.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much to Hannah for organising this incredible event. Thank you, Jo and the Centre. Thank you, Lucy, and the Courtauld and the Research Forum. I'm very excited and honoured to be here. Okay, so we start in Los Angeles, May 2012, at the Assemblage and Politics Roundtable organised by the Getty Research Institute and admirably chaired by Lucy Bradnock. Amidst the fascinating discussion about social critique and the Los Angeles art world of the 1960s between Mel Edwards, George Holmes, Betty Saar and Nancy Kienholz, Ed Bereal makes the startling remark, "I just loved the Nazis. They had cooler stuff." He's contextualizing his practice of the early 1960s, which made frequent recourse to signifiers of German fascism as part of their exploration of found materials which ranged from metalwork sourced from his side job as a mechanic to recycled symbols of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. In this same conversation, he describes the swastika as a very powerful symbol, labeling himself a power nut, who, as a boy, was drawn to the photographs of Nazi war machinery in Life magazine, in which he claims he saw only skilled manipulation of visual power rather than, say, genocidal ethno-nationalism. This was to change following the Watts Rebellion in 1965, a transformative moment in Bereal's career and political awakening, which has been retold and retold across numerous oral histories and interviews with him, including the one that I was fortunate enough to conduct at his home in Bellingham in October 2022. He describes leaving Barney's Beanery in West Hollywood slightly inebriated, at which point he noticed smoke rising above the city. Arriving home on Venice Boulevard, he finds a National Guardsman pointing a .50 caliber machine gun at him. In that moment, he recalls, not only his life flashed before his eyes, but his career. In his words, "What I'm putting together doesn't take care of situations like that." Trained at Chenard, now Cal Arts, Bereal considered himself as, in his words, on the art ladder in the early 1960s. He had worked at Walter and Shirley Hopps' Ferris Gallery, including on the Andy Warhol show, where he met Ed Kienholz, whom he describes as a rascal whose hustle qualities he admired. When I spoke with him in August 2022, he recalled with fondness and in detail Ed Kienholz's assemblage of the aforementioned Barney's Beanery, an almost life-size walking recreation of the popular artist haunt on Santa Monica Boulevard, replete with smells, sounds, and bigoted dive bar paraphernalia. I'm not going to spend any time on this, but I just wanted to flag that Bereal spent so long talking me through each detail of this work when I spoke with him. So after his encounter with the National Guard in 1965, Bereal was perturbed by what he saw as the indifference of the LA art world to racial injustice and police violence, to the extent that he turned his back on the Ferris, on Barney's, and his work took a more legibly political turn, one in which she told me the swastika becomes a critique of America. This paper traces the currency of the swastika in Bereal's practice across the 1960s and early 1970s, contextualizing it against the broader mobilization of anti-fascism by the art left in those years. I also seek to consider the interrelationship of features of Bereal and his friend Kienholz's practice that raise questions about the gendered and racialized regimes of violence and the capacity of art to, in Bereal's words, take care of it. My paper today is part of a longer project that explores the constructions and contestations of fascism in US visual and activist cultures between 1960 and the late 1970s. Activist cultures during these decades were regularly drawn to fascism to identify, structure, or articulate their intersectional and multi-directional opposition to America, often written as a Germanized noun with a K. My title today, Blue Fascism, comes from the slogans and placards at an LGBT protest in 1967 after a police raid at the Black Cat Bar in Silver Lake, held in solidarity with similar demonstrations and rebellions at Watts, Venice, and East LA against police violence and brutality. These same slogans were frequently seen at other protests, such as the police mistreatment of youth demonstration against the imposition and police enforcement of curfews on the Sunset Strip, notably of the Pandora's Box Club in 1966. So I'm giving you a sense of the kind of currency and visibility of the term fascism and its significance to a variety of different marginalized or minoritarian groups. And you can also see a swastika behind Sonny and Cher in the bottom left. Recourse to anti-fascism during the late 1960s and early 70s took different forms in different spaces, often, though not always, by aligning victims of violence or discrimination in the US with European Jews, or the perpetrators of violence or discrimination in the US with the Nazis, or the bystanders of violence or discrimination in the US with the German Republic of the Weimar era. I want to pick up on a point made in Lahn's amazing keynote yesterday about the shortcomings of an analogical approach to understanding fascism or anti-fascism outside of interwar Europe. I suggest that while many of the examples in this talk today do indeed make reference to German fascism, this is not done in such a way as to isolate a particular sequence or priority to incarnations of transnational fascism, which might, as Alberto Toscano has argued, establish a normative standard for fascism against which other iterations are judged. And I've been to lots of history with a capital H conferences on fascism, and they are so gatekeepy. They need quantitative data that will show the kind of decline in the nation's general production, percentage of the population who are unionized, and only when they meet particular criteria is the term fascism kind of justified. So I'm not at all going there. But it does happen, and I do hear the concerns of Toscano about this kind of analogical or comparative approach, and yet I think I'm trying to argue that it does do some form of important visual political work in the examples that we're going to look at today. So I'm going to suggest that some of the work considered today do make deliberate reference to European fascism, but they do this less as a diagnostic hermeneutic, but rather an additive one, European fascism and American fascism. I want to very briefly sketch in the different bodies of scholarship with which my bigger project dialogues. Broadly speaking, I argue that anti-fascism or anti-fascist iconography has not been written legibly enough into the historiography of the so-called art left of the 60s and 70s, first pioneered by Tom Crow, Francis Froschina, and many others writing in their wake. The project suggests that the presence and function of anti-fascist iconography from the Nixon era remains occulted by Cold War narratives of US exceptionalism and communism's ostensible eclipse of fascism as the most grievous threat to US liberalism and its cultural corollaries. And these narratives died really hard, I think, in the historiography of the art left in the immediate post-war decades. And you just alluded to the sort of triumph of American painting narrative. No shit, they die hard because the Cold War is the kind of conditions of possibility for the so-called supremacy of American art in the 50s. So I don't think, as art historians of the 60s and 70s, we've really moved beyond that Cold War framing, and it's blinding us, I think, a little bit to the prevalence of anti-fascist iconography amongst the art left. So here you can see examples of scholarship on the art left, both old and new, that explore the work of artists adjacent or sometimes intrinsic to the counterculture, the New Left, the Civil Rights Movement, Black Power, Chicanx liberation, anti-Vietnam War protests, or feminist gay and lesbian liberation. Plenty has been written on anti-fascist visual art and activism on the left during the Depression and Popular Front era, and I'm thinking of research by Michael Denning, Cecile Whiting, Barbara Foley, and Andrew Hemingway. But to the very best of my knowledge, little work has been done to recover anti-fascism as a palpable, coherent presence in US visual production of the 60s and 70s, decades which Chris Files and Bill Mullins argue witnessed the second peak of anti-fascist organising on the left in the 20th century. There has been an outpouring of scholarship post-2017, so Trump's first presidency, that sought to undermine exceptionalist readings of his first presidency by uncovering an incipient fascism in US political discourse. Some of this scholarship focuses on the 20s and 30s, decades historically co-present with European fascism. So, for example, Sarah Churchwell's Behold America does just that. Or else other publications such as Matthew C. McWilliams or Devin Zane Shaw's take a more longitudinal approach by exploring latent compatibilities between fascism and US history in the form of settler colonialism, racial slavery, and racial capitalism. What characterizes much of this scholarship, and I'm using really broad brushstrokes here, is that it argues the material, violent, or existential effects of fascism in the US did not require a dictator, the fascists, the swastika, or a black-shirted private army for their enactment. Rather, these effects are coterminous with, or emerge from, centuries of violent enforcement of labour-based colour lines, a relatively weak organised left, and the two-party political system. And as Lan flagged yesterday, much of this scholarship post-2017 draws on a body of evidence and an intellectual tradition developed by Black Americans, W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Watson, Angela Davis, George Jackson, and so on, which posit that fascism in the US both pre- and precedes European incarnations. But to return to Bereal and the growing significance of fascism as a legible frame through which he might characterize and represent state violence. I started by referencing his early work, produced around the time of his growing friendship with Kienholz. I want to pause on the War Babies exhibition, which opened at the Heisman Gallery in May 1961. Claimed as the first interracial exhibition on the West Coast, the notorious poster featured Ed Bereal with a watermelon, the Jewish artist Larry Bell with a bagel, Catholic Joe Good with a mackerel, and Japanese-American Ron Miyashiro with chopsticks. They dine around a table draped with the American flag. Both reproducing and satirizing ethnic stereotypes at the same time, the poster attracted ire from the right and from the liberal left. It was at this exhibition that Bereal showed his Focke-Wulf assemblages. The title of the one that you see here, Focke-Wulf FW109, refers to one of Germany's most powerful fighter planes of the Second World War. Bereal attributes the object's form as an outgrowth of his training in painterly abstraction and quest to expunge anything arbitrary from the medium. Dispensing with the conventional square or rectangular shaped canvas, he pulled canvas over stretchers to make a more spherical shape. The addition of volume moves the work closer to objecthood, to a thing. Affixing metal objects deriving from his job as a mechanic, he also adds a rather blotchily rendered swastika. Bereal continually maintains that he was drawn to the form of the swastika as an abstract pattern of paint on a surface, and that he deployed it shorn of its Nazi connotations. It's a thing, he says, not a symbol or an allegory. He underscores this point by noting that the swastika appears back to front, as it does in some Native American, Indian, and Chinese religious practices. And he explained to me that the controversy over the War Babies exhibition, shortly after which the Heisman Gallery shut down, was over the poster, not his incorporation of Nazi insignia. And it's really difficult to know how to take him on this. And by way of context, sorry, this is a grim slide, while he was working on these objects, I just want to flag that the American Nazi Party was formed under the leadership of George Lincoln Rockwell in 1959, based in Arlington, Washington, which proudly took the swastika as its insignia. So I think it's there, it's visible. I don't know whether he knew about the American Nazi Party, they're on opposite sides of the country, but nonetheless it's not, his claims for its innocence, it trouble me. I find it very difficult to know what to do with. Scholarship on Bereal is rather scarce. Cecile Whiting has written about war babies, although she doesn't directly address the difficulty of interpreting works such as these, which seem to set up a standoff between authorial intention and readerly interpretive license. In a recent article on Melvin Edwards and Ron Miyashiro, which includes consideration of Bereal's practice, Joan Key comes closer, noting that he, and these are her words, he understood how the force of illusion depended on its evasion of full-blown allegory. Bereal, she says, comes closest to highlighting the necessity of failure, namely the failure of interpretation to limit the operations of a work. Key's framing echoes the critical and hermeneutical approaches to the work of neo-Dadists such as Jasper Johns and Robert Rauschenberg, who, like Bereal, mobilized signs and symbols routinely circulated within the visual and material culture of the post-war US, while remaining wryly detached from their future decoding. My own sense, I think, from talking with Bereal, is that one of the functions of the inclusion of the swastika was as a kind of tongue-in-cheek game of one-upmanship, by testing the limits of the evacuation of authorial intention within the art world. If anti-expressivity was taken as a legitimizing operation of the figure of the artist in the early 1960s, then Bereal raises the stakes, not only in terms of the connotations of the signifiers he moots, but as a black artist in doing so. But I'm going to leave these kind of early, ambiguous, slightly baffling works to talk about his post-Watts practice, when the swastika becomes, as he says, a much more legible critique of American state violence. So in 1965, after being caught up in the Watts Rebellion, Bereal moved rapidly from deploying apparently innocent swastikas to incorporating them in his practice to identify and diagnose white supremacy and state violence. In an oral history interview from 2016, he notes that the Watts riots accelerated his work on American beauty, which you can see here. In addition to marking a new politicized direction for his practice, American beauty also constituted what he called the beginning of the whole epoxy era, a material that he continues to use in the present moment. The work resembles a military helmet with a window cut in the front, on which a tree branch is affixed. The branch recalls lynchings of black men, aligning vigilante murderous violence with the ethno-nationalism of the Nazis through reference to the Iron Cross and back-to-front swastika filled in with a hint of the US flag. Within the form of the swastika, German Nazism and American fascism are congruent, mutually reinforcing, although I remain puzzled as to why in this example the swastika still appears back to front. In another major work, the influence of Kienholz becomes more pronounced. Bereal's America, a Mercy Killing, produced between 1966 and 1974, echoes Kienholz's signature interest in tableau. But rather than producing a life-size or near-life-size diorama, Bereal goes miniature. The work is divided into upper and lower parts. On the stage, resting atop neoclassical pillars, appear a cast of satirical capitalist stooges, standing in for mindless consumption and ethno-nationalist violence. Uncle Sam, Elvis, and Mickey Mouse, whose face appears atop the blade of a guillotine, poised to castrate the naked body of a black man below. On the right-hand side appear a series of icons, actually you can see the icons better here. On the right-hand side appear a series of icons of the counterculture and black power movements: Muhammad Ali, Elijah Muhammad, Chairman Mao, Jane Fonda, and Mahatma Gandhi, who survey the discarded placards from a protest and the tortured bodies below. Not unexpectedly, a Nazi military uniform, replete with swastika and iron cross, hangs on a peg at the back. The German Nazi is as American as Elvis and Mickey Mouse. American production and consumption are figured through excess, to return to a word that we've been using a lot already. Lots of money, lots of TVs, lots of cash registers, lots of waste, but also an abundance of racialized violence, which seems to be the condition of possibility for the dominance of US capitalism and imperialism. It's not uncommon for black contemporaries of Bereal to also incorporate signifiers of German fascism in their practice. Here you're seeing a work by San Francisco-based Mike Henderson, who presents this horrifying scene of brutality by a white police officer, possibly in blackface, I'm not sure, against naked black men, naked black bodies. On the right arm of the police officer, alongside the customary US police badges, appears a red swastika. It was around 1968 that Bereal notes becoming aware of the Black Panthers, who were at the vanguard of diagnosing the toxic combination of capitalism, imperialism, and white supremacy as being fascist. In some senses, this revived the centrality of fascism to black political thought during the Second World War, when comparisons between German Nazism and US segregation and lynching were often made. Yet the Black Panthers' theorization of fascism went further, often reviving Dimitriev's formulation of fascism as a front for finance capital, an interpretation that had generally lost favour in US anti-fascist discourse of the 1930s. While Bereal was working on a mercy killing, the Black Panthers organised the 3-day United Front Against Fascism conference at the Oakland Auditorium, Oakland, in July 1969, attended by, amongst others, the Students for a Democratic Society, the biggest sort of New Left organisation, the Communist Party of the USA, the Farm Workers Union, the Third World Liberation Front, and representatives from the Sioux Indian tribe. Echoing the ambition of the Popular Front during the Depression, the United Front was intended as a multi-ethnic coalition movement in which a variety of agendas, experiences, and political actors might assemble under the banner of the term anti-fascism. And what I think is interesting about, and one of the things that are interesting about this flyer, is that we have no visual signifiers of European fascism on the flyer. Instead, an image of a bloodied and beaten black student on strike at San Francisco State University in 1968 is mobilized as the visual corollary of fascism, and is recognizable as such through the interplay between word and image on the document. So we've got no swastikas here, we recognize this as fascism through the relationship between word and text. I've been unable to find out the name of this student. I'm trying, and sometimes in archival listings it's confused with the photographer, so apologies for not being able to identify him. It was not uncommon for the visual iconography of the Black Panthers to include a swastika or other common signifiers of German Nazism, and I can certainly think of a couple of examples in the work of the Minister for Culture, Emory Douglas. But as we can see here, fascism was more often asserted verbally through the word fascism and accompanied visually through depictions of violence. This is a quotation, the modern fascist has given up the swastika for the badge, the political title, the judicial robe, and the executive image. That's from the Black Panther newspaper. It was from an editorial in 1970, so it's almost like you don't need a swastika, we just need the judicial robe and the businessman's suits. So the legibility of these uniforms as fascist was not entirely tacit, because there tended to be some verbal accessory or code to decipher them as such. But Black Panther visual iconography often strains towards depicting fascism in the US, shorn of comparisons to Nazi Germany. These uniforms, these types, are what underpin Bereal's A Mercy Killing, as well as his all-black theatre group, the Bodacious Bereal, which was formed while he was working at UC Riverside and Irving. The Bodacious Bereal's cast featured variously Uncle Sam, played by Bereal himself, Uncle Tom, Killer Joe, a pimp, revolutionaries, and Miss America. Bereal suggests that the name encapsulates the kind of outfit they wish to be, and these are his words. Because we wanted an entity, a group that was loud, surreal, well-informed, black, militant, so we were trying to get a name that would do that. So gorilla was part of it, the G, but we wanted to give it a black twist, so Boogorilla. It sounded a bit like boogie. It was to be, he recalls, the most creative period of his life. The group consisted of about 12 young black people and was committed to creating material for black audiences and communities outside of the art world, including those incarcerated in prisons. In an interview with author John Wiseman in the early 1970s, Bereal described the complexities and rewards of working as a collective of 12. We were, he said, like a well-coordinated centipede. And Wiseman had struck up a friendship with Bereal during this period, to the extent that he was invited to be a plant in the audience. And an image of Bereal as Uncle Sam appears on the cover of Wiseman's Guerrilla Theatre. And you can see a few more images, including from Uncle Tom, which is something I'm just going to say a few words about now. So sometimes Wiseman would be a plant in the audience, and he would play the part of a right-winger who starts a quarrel with audience members near him, attracting the attention of the actors on stage. And then Wiseman surprises everybody when he pulls a Colt 38 from his belt and shoots a woman on the stage, causing consternation and outrage from fellow performers and the audience. So the short play Uncle Tom, the script of which is in Wiseman's anthology, is indicative of the content and texture of the group's sometimes raucous, always provocative performances. Uncle Tom, a beleaguered yet wily janitor, is confronted with the revolutionary, styled after the Black Panthers, who is intent on killing pigs. Police. Tom is unimpressed. An astrology freak, so that's the name of the character, an astrology freak, enters, intent on ascertaining the zodiac sign of both characters. The two pig-faced characters arrive wearing Nazi helmets with American flags, and they can only grunt and oik. They receive an earful from the revolutionary about being fascist, and the revolutionary is promptly killed by the pigs. Uncle Tom sweet-talks the pigs into dancing, during which time he kills them without them noticing or endangering himself. The play highlights the apparent insufficiency of available models of resistance. The freaks' focus on astrology seems like derelict navel-gazing, and the strident revolutionism of the Black Panther is presented as lacking strategic nous. Uncle Tom's thirst for justice is no less than the revolutionaries', but he gets to walk away alive at the end. Bereal notes that the Black Panthers would often attend the performances of the bodacious Guerrilla, providing feedback and critique afterwards. From what I've read of the theatre group's scripts, and researching them is a little difficult, their politics draw on black radical thought of the time, but they often return to the individual making better choices as the building block for a safer future, even as they offer searing analyses of structural inequalities and power disparities. As Wiseman notes, Bereal wants to indicate the problem more than he pushes any sort of concrete solution. So to conclude, in many ways, the trajectory I've traced in Bereal's career throughout the 60s and early 70s is not unfamiliar. A rising dissatisfaction with the available visual languages of the early 1960s to express and to challenge the increasing visibility and violence of state-sanctioned racism and economic disenfranchisement. It's the arc advanced by many overviews or analyses of the arc left. The omission of Bereal's practice in these overviews is certainly noteworthy. As an artist, as a black artist, he has been woefully neglected, and he remains frustrated at being granted a cameo role at best in the history of Los Angeles black art, as narrated by scholars such as Kelly Jones. These ignore black artists such as himself, who were, in his words, not as much from the ghetto as figures such as protagonist Noah Purifoy and Judson Powell. Bereal remains proud of his training at Chouinard, where he could phone it in, he says, and still impress his instructors, even as his kind of formal training at Chouinard has contributed to his erasure from histories such as Kelly Jones's. But what I want to finish on, and by way of looping back to Kienholz, is the conversation moderated by Lucy in 2012, at which the exhibition at the Getty's Pacific Standard Time of Kienholz's 5 cast stud was hotly contested. It was the first time the work had been shown in the US since its original inception, having been exhibited first at 3 locations in Germany, including Documenta in Kassel in 1972, and then placed in storage in Japan for decades. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing from far more qualified speakers than I on this particular artwork, but I just wanted to pick up on one feature of this work. So in this conversation in 2012, at which Lucy did such an incredible job of maintaining control, against protests from fellow panellist Betty Saar, that Kienholz's work was dehumanizing to black communities, along with Nancy Kienholz, Bereal defended the work, and his friend Ed Kienholz, citing its unflinching commitment to documenting gruesome racial violence as mitigating any offence it might cause. So we can see, we'll hear loads more about it, but I'm just going to say a few words. So, like Bereal's mercy killing, Kienholz's tableau, on a life-size rather than miniature scale, depicts the castration of a black figure by white antagonists, presumably for his solicitation of the company of a white woman who was shown retching nearby. Kienholz was producing this work at the same time as mercy killing, though I am unsure of the degree of contact, if any, between the two artists at this time, whether they discuss working on these two quite similar projects. Kienholz's own description of Five-Car Stud, which he wrote in 1972, at the very peak of the mobilization of anti-fascism on the art left in the US, notes that it is, in his words, symbolic of minority strivings in the world today. Kienholz's use of minority strivings, rather than, say, black people's strivings, is interesting. It renders the victim less racially specific, more universal, and opens up a degree of substitutability for minorities, in this instance suffering unspeakable violence, and a degree of substitutability for the agents of that violence. I'm so struck by this, his claim that it speaks to all minorities. The interchangeability of victims of state violence, whether Jews in Nazi Germany or black people in 20th century US, is very much a part, for better or worse, of the currency and function of fascism, as invoked among the art left and adjacent radical scenes at that time. And Kienholz's phrase, it's for kind of all minorities, is also what Jean-Francois Lyotard picks up in his idiosyncratic reading of Kienholz's Five-Car Stud in the Pacific Wall, written not long after he was teaching on the West Coast at UC Davis in the early 1970s. I'm going to leave Lyotard and Kienholz to Sarah Wilson, who's speaking later today, but I want to finish, so Lyotard picks up on this phrase by Kienholz, and he kind of goes to town with it, right, in terms of the substitutability of minorities, whether they are European Jews or whether they are black Americans, and he finds that both a strength and a shortcoming of the sort of political economy of Kienholz's Five-Car Stud. But I want to finish today by reflecting on the capaciousness of the term fascism in the late 1960s and early 70s, to the extent that its victims and perpetrators were substitutable and replaceable. Take this cover of the anti-censorship countercultural publication Other Scenes, in August 1969, seen on the right, which features a flyer for the Black Panthers United Front Conference against the body of a bare-breasted white woman. It indicates the reach and solubility of anti-fascism in the 1960s. It could articulate and somehow suture the violent repression of students, workers, and black people, and the censorship of sexually explicit material. And this is what fascinates me about invocations of fascism and anti-fascist organising and the iconography on the left in the 1960s. Fascism does so much work, and I'm trying to kind of wrestle with, is it good that it can do so much work, or is it doing so much that it becomes kind of attenuated and shorn of some of its specificity? And I will continue to chew on the grammar and ethics of conjoined invocations of persecuted groups across different geographical and historical locations within the umbrella term fascism. So that was a bit of a conclusion, non-conclusion, because I haven't yet figured it out.
Thank you, Joe. That's brilliant. Next, I'm going to introduce Ken Allen, who is Associate Professor of Art History and Visual Culture Studies at Seattle University. His research focuses on the rise of the Los Angeles art scene in the 60s and urbanism, spectatorship, and post-war American art more broadly. And he's published on this in the Art Bulletin, Art Journal, and the Getty Pacific Standard Time, Los Angeles Art, 1945 to 1980, edited by our very own Lucy Bradnock, as well as numerous other exhibition catalogs. Ken's work has been supported by the Getty Research Institute, the Smithsonian and Archives of American Art, the Terra Foundation of American Art, and the ACLS Henry Luce Foundation. He most recently published Sangin Ngudi, The Fetish and the Urban Growth Machine in 1970s Los Angeles in the November 2024 issue of Oxford Art Journal. Ken's talk today is entitled Masculinity, Class, and the Media Public Sphere in Kienholzes America. Please welcome Ken.
Thank you so much, Johanna, and thank you to Joe. There's so many Joes. Joe Applin, the Center, for putting this on, and for great talks already from Lauren and Joanna. I'm really looking forward to what we have to talk about today. And as Joanna mentioned, my work is on the sort of canonical first generation or post-war generation of LA artists emerging out of the Ferris Gallery and the kind of rise of that art scene. And Kienholz was a part of my dissertation work a long time ago. I haven't really published on Kienholz. I've done a few papers on him. And this is the first time I've sort of looked at Kienholz's work through the lens of masculinity and class. And I appreciate the opportunity that Johanna's given us to sort of, and prodded me particularly, to look at Kienholz through the lens of contemporary America. And so, this is really just kind of like a first pass on some readings of Kienholz's work through that lens. So this image comparison shows us some of the appeal, complexities, and tensions that Ed Kienholz's persona and artistic practice represented in the post-war American art world. On the left, we have Kienholz the mechanic, the working class jack of all trades who repurposed recognizable consumer items to create provocative artworks that titillated and confronted the emerging public for contemporary art in LA. The city's new art scene was administered by and catered to the growing middle class, or what historians Barbara and John Ehrenreich identified in the 1970s as the professional managerial class, symbolized perhaps by the gallery dealer Irving Blum in the image on the right, standing with arms crossed in the doorway of the Ferris Gallery in 1959. Blum was a new part owner of the gallery, which was formed 2 years earlier by Kienholz and local art impresario Walter Hopps, after they famously signed an agreement on a nearby hot dog stand napkin. Blum was trying to take the gallery in a new direction by promoting the cool school aesthetic of artists such as Ed Ruscha, Larry Bell, and Billy L. Bankston, and among other artists. Their use or portrayals of clean industrial materials symbolized for many the futuristic promise of Cold War Southern California. Blum is obviously unimpressed by Kienholz's piece called John Doe, a messy, found object assemblage of a paint-streaked male mannequin mounted to an old baby stroller that the artist is rolling into his gallery. Like some of Kienholz's other work of this period, John Doe explores the momentous social changes in American life during the 60s in more direct ways than pop and minimalism do, to my mind. Kienholz's practice and a few key works of this period have the potential to illuminate our recent debates about the supposed crisis of masculinity and the role of male gender norms in the authoritarian backlash against liberalism since the 60s. So I want to explore these issues through a reading of just 3 works: John Doe from 1959, the Psycho Vendetta case from 1960, and then the Beanery from 1965. The overwhelmingly male world of the LA art scene in the 60s is hard to miss, of course, and it's already been mentioned by Lauren last night. The life of the Los Angeles gallery artist was represented as a college boy's playtime and actively promoted by Blum and Ferris in magazines such as Art Forum, which was based in LA at the time, above the Ferris Gallery. So while Ed Ruscha was seen saying goodbye to college joys in his 1967 wedding announcement that published in the magazine, Irving Blum was seen cutting a sharp nautical figure on a powerboat surrounded by models. This approach was picked up in mainstream media coverage that accentuated the artist's Hollywood good looks, fondness for cars, and Southern California pursuits such as surfing. So scholar Cecile Whiting nicely analyzes this aspect of the Ferris Gallery in her appropriately named section, the stud section of her Pop LA Art in the City book. So, in a recent introduction to a series of articles for nonsite.org, Elise Archias has compellingly situated the oppositions between Los Angeles assemblage art and minimalism, represented by Ed Bereal and Larry Bell, respectively, in relation to the rise of the PMC, the professional managerial class. Bereal's attempt to represent his lived experience as a target of white supremacy and American fascism in his haunting piece, as Joanna has just taken us through. And this piece that seems to absorb both light and pain, in my mind, I'm kind of riffing and building on Elise Archias' reading here. I think that kind of affect of that piece counters Bell's use of mirrors and painted glass that reflect the atmosphere of the white cube of the gallery and the museum space for which it was made. Bell's work in the context of this comparison reminds me of something that Walter Hopps told me when describing the difference between the original Ferris Gallery he founded with Kienholz and the new era of the gallery after Irving Blum got involved and took it over. It was slicker than deer guts on a doorknob, he told me. This hunting metaphor in the comment hints at why Hopps and Kienholz might have gotten along so well and tells us something about the differences between the way these three men saw each other. So Kienholz's work addresses different aspects of the formal divide between object makers in 1960s LA. His art is reflected with a complex mix of working class, bohemian, and libertarian politics that set it apart. Works such as John Doe and even the earlier George Washington in Drag show Kienholz's attention to the links between gender norms, American exceptionalism, and the threat of emasculation ever present in 1950s male culture. We are newly confronted with a powerful legacy of such issues as they resurface in American politics today, which makes Kienholz's Men a productive site of inquiry. John Doe consists of a department store mannequin that Kienholz cut in half so that the legs could be mounted behind the torso on a wooden sign in the shape of an arrow attached to the frame of a baby stroller. He ran a stove-type pipe through a hole between both parts of the body, opening up the figure's chest to display a Christian cross and a child's ball-bearing toy mounted above this rupture. The violent hole in his body is indicated by the long drips of red paint, mixing with the dark color streaking John Doe's head and legs. Kienholz has painted the mannequin's upper half so that it appears he's wearing a plain yellow V-neck sweater with brown accents on the collar, and the artist has outlined the eyes to make the commercial dummy appear more like a portrait to my mind. So who, however, he is supposed to be is ambiguous. The title refers to the name given to unidentified corpses in a morgue, of course, and suggests that whatever he might represent, it has certainly been pronounced dead by 1959. John Doe has been interpreted to represent the archetypal American hero played by popular Hollywood stars of the era, but I see him as a more mundane figure, a middle manager in the burgeoning post-war American corporate economy. He is the middle-class white male often theorized and fretted about in the popular sociology of the period, such as David Reisman's The Lonely Crowd or C. Wright Mills's White Collar. Kienholz's violent manipulation of the human body results in a man who is literally half the man he used to be, and one who must rely on others in order to move via the infantilizing baby stroller, which suggests that the social mobility of his class is an illusion or symbolizes a lack of agency of men in Mills's new middle class. John Doe's chest, anus, and groin are linked via the stovepipe that protrudes from his crotch, as if blowing hot air, and is capped by what looks like a dime store mask of a witch or old man, the eyes of which allow the viewer to look through the entire figure and out the opening of his heart. The cross fixed within this hole burst in his chest is then visually connected to the more base elements of the figure, seemingly undercutting the appearance of John Doe's commitment to Christian values. And finally, his genitals can be found in a drawer attached to the underside of the figure in the back, leaving him impotent and emasculated. The text written on the front of the stroller reads, "Riddle, why is John Doe like a piano?" Answer, because he is square, upright, and grand. Old soothsaying. And that's down at the bottom is where that text is. The title, yes. More than just the beatnik artists calling out the squares of 1950s America, I see Kienholz as literally skewering and violently critiquing the new image of the liberal, college-educated, other-directed person of Reisman's Lonely Crowd, whose skills at receiving the signals of others and orienting his success and desires around them was central to the new post-war bureaucracy. There is also a striking affinity between John Doe and the figure of Irving Blum in this photo. The new art dealer hoping to professionalize the gallery stands with his short cropped hair and tweed jacket, scowling at Kienholz's assemblage, but perhaps also recognizing something familiar in it. Kienholz helped to create the popularity of this new LA scene, of course. His work was designed to provoke and condemn the new educated middle-class audience who found themselves implicated in the consequences of the post-war social contract that established the image of America as an inclusive classless society. These figures, I just sort of stand-ins for that. These are opening figures on, Pat Ford's and and so these are artists and dealers and museum people, and so, but ultimately also made up the kind of class, audience of Kienholz's work too, whether they were art world insiders or not. So yes, this post-war culture kind of that established the image of America as an inclusive classless society. So as scholar Anthony Gruden has explored in reading Warhol's early works of brand imagery through the lens of the artist's complicated relationship to the working class, advertisers and politicians in the post-war period ultimately laid the groundwork for the conservative backlash against liberalism. Gruden explains that, quote, by teaching their audiences that they shouldn't say class because we don't live in a nation of classes, which he took from a Studs Terkel interviewee comment, these voices were paving the way for the rise of the virulent form of capitalism known today as neoliberalism, with its austerity, union busting, deregulation, deinstitutionalization, and intentional unemployment, unquote. Kienholz's class consciousness comes through in much of his early work and only increases in the art he and Nancy Kienholz made after leaving Los Angeles and relocating to Idaho in 1973. But the particular strain of class resentment and grievance politics that pundits have recently identified as driving the rise of Trump, Brexit, Nigel Farage, and a new global populism can be seen in Kienholz's complex position within the 60s art world. Liberal insider Marcus Raskin, a progressive think tank founder, former Kennedy aide, and Pentagon Papers era radical, insightfully recognized Kienholz's ability to comprehend this masculine sense of resentment in an essay for the 1996 Whitney Retrospective Catalog. Apparently writing in the immediate aftermath of the 1995 bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City by Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, Raskin claimed that Kienholz, quote, would present the social archetypes of our collective tragedy before and as they occurred. The bombers of the federal building were understood by Kienholz when they were toddlers, for he knew the ground of their social and economic lives, their constricted possibilities, the fantasies and hatreds they internalized. Perhaps it is Kienholz's position between or across classes, not unlike Warhol's as Gruden posits in his study, that made the figure of the condemned criminal Carol Chessman so appealing to Kienholz that he made a particularly nasty assemblage about him in 1960 called the Psycho Vendetta case. Chessman published two popular books about his life and death row ordeal after being arrested for burglary but convicted of the crimes of the red light bandit perpetrated on young women in Los Angeles area lovers' lanes. His case became a focus of death penalty opponents and prison reform activists who saw Chessman's literary success as evidence of his rehabilitation. Sickly child who suffered from encephalitis, raised by a father who tried to commit suicide twice over failing business ventures, and a mother who was paralyzed in an automobile accident when he was 8, Chessman spent his life in and out of prison for robbery, car theft, and petty crimes before being arrested in 1948 for the crimes that would send him to his death. Because the perpetrator moved his victims from their cars before forcing them under gunpoint to perform oral sex and sexually assaulting them, a California kidnapping law was used to secure the death penalty for Chessman's case. Although his case was seriously flawed and presided over by a judge who had sent more people to death than any other in California at the time, Chessman was executed in the gas chamber on May 2nd, 1960. The title of his assemblage, the Psycho Vendetta case, you read in the title, Kienholz clearly references the notorious court case of working-class Italian-American immigrants, Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Benzetti, immortalized in Ben Shah's The Passion of Sacco and Benzetti from 1932. Arrested in 1920 for armed robbery and the murder of a shoe company executive and his security guard at a factory in Braintree, Massachusetts, Sacco and Benzetti were executed in 1927. Their long legal battle revealed the anti-immigrant racial prejudice of the Boston establishment. Kienholz signals his interest in the debates over this long history of class and racial bias in the American legal system in making a literal case, which can be displayed open and shut, even though the circumstances of Chessman's and Sacco and Benzetti's cases were anything but. On the outside of the hinged wooden box, Kienholz modifies the California state seal, a symbol of manifest destiny featuring an Athena figure looking out over a golden landscape with harbors ready for commerce. The Eureka, I have found it motto on the seal, which I'm referring to in that bird right there, refers to the 1849 California gold rush. Kienholz cleverly replaced the head of Athena and her distinctive classical helmet with Mickey Mouse in his ears, in the lower sort of bad slide there, but the close-up there. So effectively turning the surrounding landscape into a kind of Disneyland, or even suggesting the fraudulence of a kangaroo court, perhaps, a term originally used during the gold rush to describe the hasty legal proceedings over cases of claim jumping. So the layered symbolism here indicates that Kienholz has multiple targets in his work, criticism of state and corporate power, as well as the myths of American history. The 1948 trial of Carol Chessman for sex crimes perpetrated on women in cars parked in lovers' lanes followed closely on the public fervor surrounding the notorious murder of sex worker Elizabeth Short, nicknamed the Black Dahlia, in 1947. Both cases symbolize the rising tide of sex crimes in the public mind, encouraged by a steady stream of newspaper and magazine articles. Head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, no less, published 2 pieces in mainstream magazines, including one in 1955 titled "How Safe Is Your Youngster?" during the Chessman appeals process. The media narrative of a sex crime wave was tied to the wartime growth of Los Angeles and the increase in black and immigrant populations. A moral panic about racial others supposedly infiltrating the white havens of American cities that was recently revived by Vice President J.D. Vance during the 2024 presidential campaign. That Kienholz was cognizant of the underlying sexual politics of the media coverage of the Chessman case is evident in the title as well as the visceral form and interactive elements of the Psycho Vendetta case. The psycho in the title resonates with the new paradigm of behavioral science, often used in Chessman's crimes, the psychopath. Underlying the explanations of psychopathic behavior in the 1950s was an assumption about homosexuality and sexual deviance, which fit the nature of Chessman's crimes, as historian Theodore Ham describes. Quote, "This implicit connection was encouraged by the fact that the red light bandit's sexual assaults involved oral sex. That he further attempted to rape one of the female victims was rarely mentioned. The oral assaults were deemed atrocious and unprintable by California Governor Goodwin Knight, and such indirect reference to them became a common feature in press accounts of the case." So, of course, both acts are violent, but Ham's point, I think, is about the perceived deviance of the oral sex and the heteronormativity of the act of rape. Heteronormative masculinity is something that Chessman himself played up in his books, as Ham notes also. So once opened, the Psycho Vendetta case reveals a tableau of sorts with a miniature representation of a wood-paneled courtroom decorated with a U.S. and California flag on one side, and on the other a deep relief sculpture of a naked, bent-over male torso. The anus and testicles are clearly visible, painted with lurid pink, white, and blue streaks, suggestive of raw meat. 2 handcuffed hands, as if positioned behind the back of the bent figure, hold the darkened glass viewfinder of a periscope apparatus, which I think has been identified by Walter Hampton like from a tank or something, a tank apparatus. Interesting to think about with our guns and weapon discussions that have already been happening. So leaning closer to look through that lens, the viewer reads this message. If you believe in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, stick out your tongue, live it 3 times. The viewer's mouth is, of course, lined up directly with the figure's anus. The ancient law of equal retribution, an eye for an eye, originating in the Code of Hammurabi and the Old Testament, was at the center of the debate about capital punishment and rehabilitation in the 1950s. Carol Chessman himself referred to it in the prologue to his 1955 book, Trial by Ordeal. He says this, "Rejection of the concept of retributive justice and abolition of the death penalty will face stiff and highly vocal opposition from those who thunder virtuously of law and justice and humanity and faith in a living God, but dare not put their faith to the test, who trust only the executioner." Unquote. In the Psycho Vendetta case, Kienholz designed just such a test, implicating the viewer in the oral sex crimes of which Chessman was accused, not unlike the criminal's own literary strategy in which he used the second-person voice to describe himself in, quote, an obvious attempt to implicate audiences in his plight, as Theodore Ham explains. So, like the sack of cement in the illegal operation, which was powerfully read by Johanna in her opening, or the revolving decapitated head of Miss Cherry Delight, one of the figures in the Roxy tableau, The psycho-vendetta case violently reconfigures the human body in a quasi-abstract, yet startlingly real way to address pressing social issues, but this time through the male body. And the sort of ambiguity of this work recalls the ambiguity that Johanna noted in her reading of The Illegal Operation, I would say, in her opening also. So, in closing, I'll briefly consider Kienholz's fascinating assemblage installation, The Beanery, because it features a starkly different depiction of masculinity than the other two pieces I've discussed, and you've already seen some of that from Joanna's talk. The original Barney's Beanery, a term for a restaurant selling cheap bean dinners during the Depression, was founded in 1920 by John Barney Anthony in an area of West Hollywood that attracted a mix of movie stars, musicians, and in Kienholz's time, the artists who exhibited at the nearby Ferris Gallery on La Cienega Boulevard. Kienholz's The Beanery is a walk-in sculpture environment, replicating many elements of the original bar and accompanied by a recorded soundtrack of period music mixed with ambient noise of people talking, drinks being made, and glasses clinking. Wafting through the tightly enclosed space is the smell of a mixture of beer, bacon grease, urine, and cigarette butts. Set against these elements of immersive realism is Kienholz's striking strategy of replacing the heads of the plaster cast human figures with clocks. As Kienholz explained, this symbolizes the refuge of surrealist time to which these denizens escape within the confines of the Beanery. The only figure Kienholz portrayed with a human head in sort of portrait bust fashion is the original owner, John Barney Anthony, seated at the end of the bar, smoking a cigarette in a Hawaiian shirt and reading the newspaper. The presence of the newspaper is crucial to the message of the Beanery, amidst the otherwise entertaining kind of funhouse atmosphere he has created for the viewer. As Kienholz has remarked, Barney is the only one in the bar reading the newspaper, prominently displayed in the coin-operated dispenser at the sculpture's entrance. And I'm sorry I don't have, I was meant to have another detail, but you can sort of, maybe not from the back, but read that headline there in the top fold, right at the top of the paper as you enter that, or walk by it, or whatever, right? So the arresting headline is clearly visible as the viewer enters the bar. Children kill children in Vietnam riots. A story about the knifing of an 11-year-old Buddhist child by a mob of Catholic school children in South Vietnam. It was the contrast between the world represented by that headline in the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner and the world that Kienholz encountered inside Barney's Beanery as he walked in that day, which inspired him to make the piece. As Alex Potts has recently argued, the found object status of the newspaper in Kienholz's origin story about the sculpture and the headline's oblique contrast with other signs and symbols within the work makes the realism of the installation more complex and compelling than other more didactic approaches to what Potts calls world-making and politics in post-war art. I would add to this account only to say that Kienholz does so through the association he constructs between moralism, gender, and class in the figure of John Barney Anthony. In the Beanery, Kienholz monumentalizes a kind of masculinity, that of the successful small business owner, and critiques the culture of distraction, idleness, and moral turpitude represented by the rest of the figures in the bar, ignorant of the humanitarian crisis occurring in Vietnam declared by the newspaper headline outside. Given that the Beanery contains a figure based on Kienholz's gallery dealer at the time, Virginia Dwan, and a self-portrait indicated by the goatee and sunglasses on one figure's clock face, Kienholz includes the local art world in his critique. Barney stands out here, calmly reading the news and visually echoing the moments of silence that Kienholz placed on the recorded soundtrack to disrupt the all-encompassing realism of the installation. As Kienholz has remarked, these interruptions amplified, quote, the ghostly effect of being alone in a silent room with these strange figures. Kienholz's homage to Barney, the entrepreneur who survived the Depression and went on to find a hip new middle-class market for his business, the same one that Kienholz often implicated in his provocative work, stands as a counterpoint to the professional managerial class represented by figures like John Doe, perhaps, and Irving Plum. The model of masculinity represented by Barney was first threatened in the 1960s, Republican politicians in the U.S. might argue, as progressive social movements, feminism, automation, and the shift to finance in the service industry in the post-industrial economy produced what they see as a crisis of masculinity. Barney, in Kienholz's work, is represented as participating in the imagined community of democracy through his Los Angeles Herald-Examiner, but is skeptical of the politics of inclusivity when it hurts his business. demonstrated by his notorious hanging of an offensive sign reproduced in Kienholz's beanery that demanded gay men stay out of the bar due to repeated raids by the police. Quietly reading his newspaper amidst the cacophony that is only interrupted by those brief pauses on the sculpture's soundtrack, Kienholz's barney might symbolize the kind of silence that Richard Nixon faithfully spoke about when he galvanized American voters during the 1968 election. Those with, quote, the quiet voice in the tumult and the shouting, the voice of the great majority of Americans, the forgotten Americans. As Nixon said of this silent majority, they're not racist or sick. They're good people. They're decent people. They work and they save and they pay their taxes and they care. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Can everyone hear these tabletop microphones working? Thank you. And thanks to our speakers for just fantastic papers that built so beautifully, I think, on the questions that Lan opened up yesterday evening, and also, Johanna, that you sketched out in your introduction really powerfully, I think. And I'm aware that lots of you will have questions for our speakers, and indeed I have in my mind so many questions for you individually, but I wanted to kind of pull together just some sort of thoughts and maybe to invite you to kind of think a little around the terms that we've been talking about. It felt like such a wonderful trio of papers that built on those ideas of surfeit and excess that we've been talking about, materially in the works that you were looking at, and the way that they operated as kind of conglomerations of stuff, cool or not, Nazi or not, but also kind of, I felt an excess of almost of signification and an excess of affect, an excess of identity, and the kind of refusal of that excess as a kind of ambivalence or as vulgarity, to bring that word that Lan brought into play yesterday evening. And the word that kind of kept running through my head actually was viscosity, that sense of gloopiness, again, a word that Lan deployed yesterday, and I think all the way through I felt that gloopiness, not just in the materials that we saw in Bereal's kind of really darkened assemblages that kind of absorb light almost and absorb signification, but also in the assemblage of objects that are then painted white by Niki, and then of course in Kienholz's kind of sticky, darkened varnish that we've seen all the way through these papers. And I wondered if I might just invite you really briefly before we open it out to questions to think a little bit about that sense of viscosity and excess, not just as a material practice, but in the way in which these artists, so Kienholz of course, but Bereal, Niki and also Purifoy and Powell, are responding to both place, the kind of specificity of violence, not just in America, but in Los Angeles and California in particular, but also the way in which that kind of viscosity or thickness might relate to their kind of relation to history, both in the past but also in the present. Because it felt like another theme that ran really productively through your papers was this kind of sense that we need to locate these works in place, but also in terms of a kind of both the immediate moment, but that longer history that kind of takes us back, of course, to Manifest Destiny in the Frontier, but also takes us through earlier 20th century histories of fascism. It's sort of a question, it's more of a provocation really, I think, to kind of draw out that stickiness and that viscosity in time and place.
If I could say something about that. Should I use this to film it? Yeah, I was struck by that in the papers and Barnes' talk last night. I was interested in thinking about the vulgarity of that thickness and stickiness and all of the various metaphors that we've been using to talk about that resin and the paintedness, right, of it, because they're often using like the Chessman piece, right, the like Bereal, it's like canvas that's stretched to make an object. But I think the counterpoint to that is the ubiquity of Bereal Bankston in all these papers. I'm just like, what? So he's in that image atop, right? He's standing up with a scarf, like, above Ellen and, well, I don't know if Everett Ellen's in that photograph, but of the tier on Sunset, he's sort of posing there. And then, all these other, the inclusion of that tachometer piece, etc. Because of his slickness, right? His work is about, the cool school aesthetic and spray paint and metal and gas tanks and motorcycles, etc. And it's interesting that I would sort of think about the classedness of that, that materiality, because Anthony Gruden, who I mentioned, brings up the kind of the notion of vulgarity as very much working class, right? And sort of early pop's vulgarity was sort of seen as this address to the working class, which is what this sort of democracy of consumer items, right, was being addressed to, and with the idea that this consumerism and kind of manufacture of images of consumerism, right, is sort of courting the working class and manipulating the working class. So, yeah, it's interesting to think about what that thickness is doing. I think you're right to it's sticking there for us literally because it seems to be attached to some sense of this deeper sense of history, which I think makes these artists' work much more interesting than Bereal Bankston at this point. I it's just, there's things to say about Richard Bankston's work, but and yes, we could do another panel on Bankston and his persona and masculinity, and so I don't know. That would be my first foray into that.
Yeah.
That sort of.
And I was so struck by that when you mentioned the moments of silence in Barney, in the soundtrack of Barney's Beanery, almost as these kind of sort of spaces that allow you to sort of see and feel the kind of stickiness and the thickness even more. That it really draws attention to the kind of thickness of the atmosphere that's being created.
I would say just also on that, something I took out of the paper is that, I talked to, I can't remember the name of the state, curator that let me, before the beanery was conserved, you could go in there. So he let me go in there and talked about, the way that he had to mix that mixture up of bacon grease and urine and cigarette butts in a little Bunsen burner on a can in the parking lot of the museum. And that also, when the soundtrack stops, you can just smell that stuff, and it's just sort of, it's there on the surfaces.
But not too much to add, I think, Lucy, just in terms of, just to elaborate a little bit on the separation that Bereal makes between his practice pre and post Watts, and almost how in the pre-Watts moment where he's saying the swastika doesn't have any sort of connotations, it has no reference, it's about closing down any kind of excess of signification, it's trying to arrest it. And then as he describes his political awakening, it's about embracing and encouraging a kind of excess, whether it's an excess of signification or an excess of affect. And I'm thinking of the theatre, the bodacious Bugarillo, and their requirement that it's sort of multimodal, it's multi-sensory, it can no longer be just vision, it has to be sound and the body and movement. And I'm just thinking, when I spoke with him about the bodacious Bugarillo and thinking of this question of viscosity or liquids, he wept openly as he was talking about the time with theatre group and spoke so much about the sweat, the bodily fluids that were part of that performance, that sort of the immediacy of that particular context. So I'm just thinking, maybe I would like to unpick his pre and post Watts sort of mapping of his career. I think there's work to be done that could kind of work against that, but for the time being, I'll keep that in place and kind of suggest that it's a bit of a dividing mark between a sort of an arresting of signification and then one that gives in free rein.
Yeah. it's hard to imagine something like that War-Babies poster post-was, isn't
Yeah.
it? Actually, to kind of think about which in some senses is a very kind of slick, over-determined, I mean, kind of consciously so, but to imagine what, like, I can't kind of see that happening even 4 or 5 years later.
Absolutely.
Incredible. I'm aware that people's hunger levels will be rising, and so maybe we should open it out to our audience. We do have a roving mic, so Romy will locate you, and then we can hear you, Sarah.
Oh, thank you. I didn't want to begin, but thank you so much to all the speakers, and I would like to move backwards from the last to the first. Thank you so much, Adele, for bringing in Niki. I really go for your existential reading of the Black psyche at this moment. I think it's very powerful and very important. I would have personally thought that Niki was quite, I mean, what I find interesting in terms of her relationship with Kienholz is anger, because I think they're both very angry, and very angry in ways that interlap and coincide and are also, of course, different. And also they're good chums, of course. But I would have thought that that was, more to the point. But, I mean, what I'm trying to say is let's have some women in here. Virginia Dwan as well. So I don't really think one can discuss masculinity, moving back a paper, without putting some women into it, as in the long blonde hair you see immediately in the beanery. You mentioned in that funny work, Jane Fonda, you can't have men and masculinity without women. And as you all know, I was previously not a very Kienholz girl, so the point is I was very, very moved to see his work on giving birth, on abortion, on old people being lonely, waiting to die with nothing to talk to. I think that I don't have the faintest idea if anyone's written about him, and I don't mean feminism in its boring inverted commas, but his engagement with absolutely terrible female predicaments, which are part of being working class. And I would like to maybe more at lunchtime ask people about all these white Christian women, let alone white Christian maggot. I mean, I don't know how they reconcile everything with women, but there is a huge women problem, let alone, the catalogue, the masculine masquerade and so forth, which are about femininity. So getting to gloopiness and viscosity. The one way that Sartre actually describes women and why men fear women is about the fact that women are sticky and viscous and have dark holes inside them. It's not just to do with using paint, but in fact I think one could actually, especially when you're looking at abortions or something, think of a very, very interesting way, if you wanted as well to bring in Sartre, but he's the first person who really hit on the, oh my God, women are viscous situation in terms of those readings. So going back one more, last but not least, I mean, I don't know this, I've read Cecile Whiting's anti-fashion early books, but I would say surely you must look to a more than American phenomenon, because people like Chorignac are using swastikas in the 70s, there's the Night Porter, there's Sallow, there's punk with, I mean, it's like a huge thing which is also generationally based against previous mealy-mouthed Christian Democrat or whatever consensus is, to engage very deliberately and provocatively. So of course I don't believe him when he says it didn't mean anything at all, it was just formless. I mean, I just wouldn't take his word for it at all. But there's a whole international movement in this very fluid situation of communication of people using fascism, so using it very deliberately. So I mean, thanks, you taught me so much, but I would also look, if you're in America, look east, I presume. Yeah, to Europe. Thanks. Don't feel like this. Anyone?
So the use of, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The use of the swastika in Bereal's work called up something that I was working through when I was working on my dissertation and writing about Walter de Maria, who makes a work in late 60s called Museum Piece in the Shape of a Swastika. It might be worth looking at. But when I was writing about it, I started to think about it in terms of subculture and his affection for, affinity for subculture, and connecting it with Kenneth Anger and Scorpio Rising, and through that to homosexuality and subculture. And this kind of resonance, I mean, you can sort of see that as I'm sure as your presentation made clear, there's this kind of like raining of that symbol into all kinds of like utterly estranged contexts where it stands for power and power play, and that the use of it plays inverse and upside down and all this really, in a way that is hard for us to see now, I think, but that subculture versus art history gives us a lens into, which isn't to say we should all, wear it on our, go around wearing swastikas, but it's to say that it had all of these kind of untenable and interesting sort of upside down meanings. And this just kind of like opens up a larger question, and this maybe is something that all of the panelists can think about or help me think about, which is an artistic modality or a subcultural modality that is about wearing the mask of the negative, wearing the mask of the evil, wearing the mask of anathema, which I think has become incredibly foreign or inscrutable to us now, but is a kind of ongoing artistic strategy through much of the 20th century. So I just wanted to get your thoughts. And I think that Bereal, Phalle, and Kienholz are all doing it.
Do you want to anything you want to respond?
Everyone's afraid of using the word ugly. I mean, I hate it so much, but nobody will say ugly.
Oh yeah, no, work is ugly. Yeah, I mean, I would speak to your comment about gender and about the feminine. Yeah, when I was feeling that sort of pressure, because I was I'd talked on Roxy's and the female body and those images of sex workers before, and I was sort of trying to, bracket that. But as I kept going, I was like, God, it's hard to just be talking about this sort of binary here. So yeah, no, I definitely take that comment about, and I guess it was sort of nodding towards that at the end with the mention of one of the most gruesome ones, which is the decapitated head rotating spotlight of this Missionary Delight. But yeah, I think that the mask also is, like Lauren was saying last night, a sort of ambiguous one, or a sort of figure or a way to make a complex statement that is like a pre-postmodern ironic one, right? It's not Katie Nolan, perhaps. And so I wonder, as an existentialist, is it, a social justice sort of statement? I'm not sure how to think about that other than, one of the things I've thought about is the sort of use of the rise in popular culture in this moment of black humor, also that phrase, or black humor, is something that I think Kienholz is kind of interestingly aware of and is trying to use as well, right? Not African American humor, right? But the sort of sex and death black humor that was part of sort of 60s pop films in the early 60s.
I just wanted to, between Sarah and Jay, thinking about thinking of subculture, thinking specifically of sadomasochism and sexual subcultures, and linking that to Sartre and the sort of existentialist scenario at the peephole, and how the peephole and the sort of scenario of the voyeuristic scenario is also one of not being seen, and that scenario being replicated as sadomasochistic and illicit homosexual encounter in the Psycho Vendetta.
Thank you so much to all of you. They were all really interesting papers. One thing I just thought of in relation to what Sarah was saying about like bleepiness and femininity is also, it reminded me of in Klaus Steverlight's male fantasies, like that in relation to fascism, you know, this is what the fascist is also so fearful of, so I just wanted to throw that in. But my question is really two parts. One part about children and childhood, and how all the speakers might think about that, from like Bereal's description of his fascination with Nazi imagery as a childhood preoccupation, of like it being to do with a sort of childhood attraction to or interest in violence and power, to Kienholz with the stroller, to the baby heads that are just like everywhere, everywhere. So whether, and you know, maybe something around that in relation to like innocence, the silent majority, like, I don't know, that's how I was starting to think about it. And then the second question is about labour and the materials that are being used by all the artists discussed here. And that is maybe one way to think, you know, in relation to someone like Bankston as the other side of this, like, as well as the unpleasantness of the use of like urine and beer, like, to work with resin is a horrible thing to do. Like, I asked all my colleagues in the last few weeks that I work with the Slade or the sculptors, so what's it like working with resin? They're all just like, it's awful, like, you know, it's toxic, it's so bad for you, you're gonna die if you come, like, it's weird. Nobody's allowed to use this in the studios without very specific permission now. But what that use of that material means then in relation to an idea of artistic labour as something punishing, physically dangerous, and how that relates to like an idea of a proletarian experience as one that is full of violence, like in the labour process. And that in contrast to, you know, maybe some of the things you're bringing out around the PMC, but also Bankston, and, you know, they're shiny, like they're like, there's no, they're the finished product, they're not the labour process. So, yeah, that was just, oh yeah, and the last thing was the concept tableau. I did want to talk about it, but I couldn't bring it in. Like, he's making, you know, in 1965 he makes the Mayor Sam Edsel concept tableau, which is basically about Watts, but it's not a sculpture, it's a description of something, and that as a sort of form of, you know, that's an intellectual labour that's imagining a sort of, yeah, anyway, sorry, jumble of stuff.
No, it's really good.
Shall I just, is that all right? And everybody's so hungry, so I'll be super quick. And just to pick up on the point about the kind of the currency of the swastika in various subcultures and its connections to normative or alternative versions of sexuality, yes, absolutely, that is another chapter in the book, and I write quite a bit about the growing centrality of fascism or anti-fascism to second-wave feminism, in particular focalised through Anita Steckel's work, and the kind of partly through the increased access to the translation of Wilhelm Reich's the mass neurosis, mass psychology of fascism around 1969, so looking at the kind of reproduction of patriarchy through kind of fascistic means. So that's just like another chapter of the book. I'm trying to keep things a little bit separate, but it is in there. And then just to respond, Lan, to this question about labour and materials, they're super important to Bereal's practice. Throughout his career, so that the early work around the war babies, around 61, he was using materials from his job as a mechanic, and he's kind of incorporating elements from his blue-collar work into kind of sublimating them, I suppose, if you think of those works as some form of sublimation, into his artistic practice. He, in his later career, he becomes even more of a kind of an engineer and a scientist. His studio is a huge workshop, and he's welding, and he's working with, what are they called, like holographs? Holograms. So he's kind of very much science and technology in addition to blue-collar labour and artistic labour. So there's a really interesting combination of materials and labour practices. He worried that when he left behind illustration and his training at drawing at Chenard, that his artistic credentials were kind of deteriorating, but so he was feeling so politicized and so ready to turn his back on the art world that was a risk that he was willing to take. But yeah, it's a really productive way into thinking about Bereal and labour and materials.
I would just say one quick thing, really great comments, Lauren, about why the babies just came to me is, this is a moment when the sort of youth culture is being solidified as a market, right? As a market to be, as a consumer market. And so, I don't know, maybe there's some compensation for that way. I think of Connor as the child also, right?
Child, the status of children, and I mean, this is probably too far, but stickiness as a quality is a post-war advertising term to talk about the kind of traction that certain commercial iconography has in marketing. We're going to end it there. Thank you so much for that incredibly stimulating panel. We will reconvene at 1:30 for our afternoon panels. Thank you. Next, I'm going to introduce our second speaker on this panel, Chris Green, who is a writer and scholar whose research, curating, and teaching focus on modern and contemporary art, Native North American art and material culture, and the interrelation of indigeneity, primitivism, and Euro-American art within global histories of modernism. His current research focuses on the relationship between 20th century Northwest Coast Native art and Euro-American modernism, and the volume Contemporary Tlingit Art, co-authored with Aldona Janadis and Ishmael Hope, is forthcoming from the University of Washington Press. His criticism and scholarly research have appeared in Art Forum, Art America, Frieze, Aperture, Art Margins, Winterthur Portfolio, Aboriginal, BC Studies, among other edited volumes. He recently curated Space Makers, Indigenous Expression and New American Art at the Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art and the Heard Museum, and The Sky Loves to Hear Me Sing, Woodland Art in Transmotion at Swarthmore College's List Gallery. He received his PhD in art history from the CUNY Grad Center and is currently serving as visiting assistant professor of art history and environmental studies at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania. And his talk today is called Gift Giving in the Land Claim Era, the Potlatch and the Colonial Tableau. Please welcome Chris.
Well, thank you so much to Johanna for that generous introduction and for inviting me here today. We were together almost exactly a year ago, plus or minus 2 weeks, for the Not Now conference that Lauren and her colleagues generously organized at UCL. And after Johanna's presentation that day on Kienholz, we got talking after during the coffee, and we were both kind of like, so what's up with the potlatch? What's up with that piece? And it certainly got me thinking over the course of the next year, and I've been battling with what to do with the work since then, and I'm thankful to have the chance to think through it really closely and really carefully today, and to put it into context of its time and of some of the politics and negotiations that are happening and circling around the Kienholzes in the Pacific Northwest, especially as vibrant and rising series of indigenous rights movements were circling around them. I also just want to quickly thank Joe and the Center of the Americas, the Courtal, for hosting us. Especially a big thanks to Lauren and Lisa at Louvre Gallery for supporting the research, and Lauren especially answering desperate last emails about the topic. Well, I'm pretty sure you were on the plane here, including providing uncountable beautiful images and audio clips, which I'm grateful for. So to begin, in 1989, Ed and Nancy Reddin Kienholz unveiled the potlatch at Louvre Gallery in New York. This large tableau centers on what is frequently described as a minotaur-like figure, a life-size plaster cast dressed in Native American regalia, surmounted by a taxidermied deer head. The figure, surrounded by historic photographs of dignified indigenous leaders and warriors, holds an antique rifle in one hand, and on the other extends a fistful of cigars. Called, quote, restrained, quote, evocative, quote, totemic, by critics at the time of its first showing, and then again the language was reiterated on the occasion of its most recent exhibition at Louvre Gallery in 2023. The potlatch is said to, quote, convey the tragedy and mistreatment, end quote, of Native Americans and the, quote, systematic impoverishment of tribal culture. Now, while the tableau of the Kienholzes are often understood to visualize, confront, and link structural violences past and present, particularly those undergirding American society, the potlatch, which is the only major tableau that focuses solely on a Native American subject, is typically interpreted much like the stereotypes that are frequently levied against Native communities as being based in the past and primarily retrospective in orientation. For the 1996 retrospective exhibition, for example, the catalog describes the potlatch as, quote, a requiem and a lament for a lost and dying way of life. The 2011 Schering Kunsthalle show similarly calls that, quote, kind of elegy for lost, killed, or departed peoples. And when first considering the work, I personally struggled with the appropriate nature, or the appropriative nature of the work, and the sense of the scene as a kind of exhibitionist autopsy for settler colonial histories, evoking many of the problematic conditions of the display of Indigenous art and culture at museums and in arts culture more broadly, even if here the macabre trophy purports to function as a kind of condemnation of past deeds done. And indeed, in a conversation with a contemporary Mohawk artist, Alan Michelson, about the work, as I was really working through how to manage some of these concerns, Michelson suggested to me that for artists like the Kienholzes, who often function themselves like forensic medical examiners, the activation of the dead Indian trope here is so sensationalized as to be complicit in reproducing the colonial power relations that it explores. And here I just want to contrast Alan's shining sculptural vision for a vibrant Indigenous futurity that was recently commissioned for the NFA Boston as a kind of visual contrast to the much more macabre trophy nature of the potlatch. Such trophy hunting is the very form and message of Anne Kienholz's other, I would say, best-known work illustrating a Native subject, Conversation piece from 1959, made 3 decades earlier, in which the arms and legs of a child-sized doll are displayed protruding from a plaque on the wall, representing the stuffed remains of a Native American girl that Kienholz said was, quote, raped by frontiersmen. It is not clear whether Kienholz is referring to a specific incident here or more generally allegorizing the violent realities of the Western frontier and the broader plight of sexual violence against Native women. But given his own biography and life with the inland Northwest and his identification with the frontiersmen, as colleagues here, including Joanna, have really astutely explored, it speaks to some level of familiarity at the very least with what is today better understood under the epidemic eponym of missing and murdered Indigenous women. The banal title, though, of Conversation piece suggests a kind of domestic intimacy, something talked over in the living room above the fireplace mantel that speaks much more to the personal than the broader elegy of the potlatch, which is instead received as a distant and relatively abstract colonial history, something located in the past. Yet, settler colonialism is a constantly unfolding process, and the 3 decades between Conversation piece and the potlatch, Indigenous art, activism, and civil rights movements swept the United States and Canada, appearing prominently in the North American press and its public eye. For artists with deep ties to the Northwest, such conflicts, land disputes, and protests would have been demonstrated and would have demonstrated to them the intrinsic contemporaneity with which the subjects of works like the potlatch engaged. Today I want to consider the Kienholz's relationship with colonial history through the potlatch and counteract this retrospective reading of the work by putting its symbolic violence and historical references instead into conversation with contemporaneous land claim tensions and conflicts between settler and Indigenous communities, particularly as they relate to the local and regional histories of the Kienholz's life in the inland Northwest. I thus propose that the potlatch links past and present colonial injustices rather than distance them, by putting the Kienholzes into conversation with such contemporary politics, art, and cultural forms that themselves also visualize land-based activism and the violence inherent to the colonial relationship. we can further understand how indigeneity features in the Kienholzes oeuvre beyond mere appropriation, beyond mere subject, or beyond belated history telling, and instead how it constructs ongoing understandings of sovereignty as themselves complex assemblages of heritage, history, and colonial debt. The potlatch, to look at it closely, brings together an accumulation of signifiers of indigeneity that evoke not only colonial history, but also the reduction of indigeneity to its quintessential material markers. This central figure, which is often identified as a warrior or a chief, is bedecked in many such markers: feathers, beaded necklaces, shell earrings, buckskin clothing, moccasins, and even 2 long braids which hang from the taxidermy deer head affixed at their ends with ermine tails. A soundtrack accompanies the installation. A drum playing, which I understand is looped and paused and then continues. The figure we see stands on a raised platform next to a drying rack or smoking rack upon which a bobskin cat skin hangs, both of which are in front of a wardrobe, which further sits in front of a reflective sheet metal backdrop. Both are painted with an upper frame of abstract geometric patterns evoking plains beadwork, as also reflected in the painted yellow trim of the figure's blanket, as well as its beaded belt. And unlike larger tableaux, the audience cannot enter the potlatch. The mirrored surface, however, provides some interactivity, bringing the viewer's reflection into the installation, as beautifully demonstrated in this installation shot. The table to the left of the figure is covered with offerings of a kind that sit on what I believe is a leather seat cover, some of which the Kienholzes allegedly received from an actual potlatch they attended, though I have not been able to verify where or what that may have been. These offerings include a moose antler, deer antlers, musket balls, shotgun shells, a knapped spear point, an elk's hoof in the middle, then moving across, a turkey leg, a votive candles, and a bright blue piece of turquoise. Everything in the Kienholz fashion is covered in dripping resin and white splashes of paint. Beneath the table is a buffalo skull. Need not say more. The photograph prominently featured in the backdrop is a group of Atsina riders, and the Atsina are a plains nation from northern Montana, and this photograph was taken by Edward Curtis, published in Volume 5 of his monumental photo series, The North American Indian. It's subtitled Atsina Warriors, and has a caption from the publication which romanticizes the Atsina war party as going on a fictional raid. Quote, "These grim-visaged old warriors made a thrilling picture as they rode along, breaking out now and then into a wild song of the chase or the raid." Other photographs litter the installation, one on the ground, as seen here, and 3 on music stands, surrounding the chiefly figure. All 4 are portrait photographs of the same person, Chief Joseph, Hinma Tuia Lakit, the famed leader of the Wallamakine or Wallowa band of Nimiku, the Nez Perce. All are taken from the final 4 years of Chief Joseph's life. From 1900 through 1902, 1903. And then lastly, this famous portrait of Chief Joseph by, again, Edward Curtis, who captioned the portrait by noting that, quote, "Chief Joseph is better known than any other Northwestern Indian. To him, popular opinion has given the credit of conducting a remarkable movement from Idaho to northern Montana in the flight of the Nez Perces in 1877. And Curtis is referring, of course, to Chief Joseph's famed retreat of nearly 300 of his people from a forced relocation to Idaho, during which he outmaneuvered roughly 2,000 pursuing U.S. Army soldiers who traveled roughly 1,000 miles over the course of the chase from northwestern Oregon to the Canadian border, or rather just before the Canadian border, because Joseph and his people were apprehended about 40 miles before meeting up with Sitting Bull on the Canadian side. Edward Curtis continues in his caption of this photograph that, quote, "Their unfortunate effort to retain what was rightly their own makes an unparalleled story in the annals of the Indians' resistance to the greed of the whites. That they made this final effort is not surprising. Indeed, it is remarkable that so few tribes rose in the last struggle against such dishonest and relentless subjection. These are also available as large plates that accompanied the subscription to the volume. As a very brief aside, I just want to also point towards another potential reference of a great Indigenous leader from the Pacific Northwest, Chief Seattle. This emerged in the 2023 showing by Louvre Gallery, and Laura and I have had some discussion about trying to track down the potential reference here. Chief Seattle is best known for his 1854 speech given in his native Lushootseed language to Isaac Stevens, who was then the Pacific Northwest Commissioner of Indian Affairs. And the speech has been widely reproduced as a plea for the respect of Native American rights and environmental values, and it's been variously transcribed and translated, and really became a touchstone for the environmentalist movement in the 1970s. However, unfortunately, the historical veracity of the speech is highly contested, and it's likely that all versions of the speech we have are actually, if not highly modified, in some cases completely fictionalized. But I'm intrigued by the possibility that Chief Seattle is another reference for the potlatch here. And it's perhaps too big of a pseudomorphism, but I narrowed in on the empty music stand at the front of the tableau, and I was struck by the resonance of both its painted black struts and these red stripes with the wooden raised canoe monument that was erected on the grave of Chief Seattle, which is located in Squamish, right outside Seattle, Washington, erected in 1976. So right in the moment of the Kienholzes really making themselves aware, and which came down in 2011 to be replaced by new monuments. Just an aside to think about. It's really when comparing back to Chief Joseph that it's extremely clear from the pose down to the arrangement of jewelry and necklaces that the Kienholzes used Chief Joseph as a model for the figure, perhaps creating it or intending it as a kind of stand-in for the Nez Perce leader. And indeed, a potlatch might seem like an appropriate context for an elegiac work, as the retrospective catalogs call it, focused on Chief Joseph and the Nez Perce within the context of their studio practice in Idaho. The Kienholzes were undoubtedly deeply aware of not only the history of the colonial actions in Idaho, and Johanna's discussed this really brilliantly in her Oxford Terra lecture, but they also were very familiar with the term potlatch, and no doubt. There's a town, Potlatch, Idaho, which is only about, I had to double check on that, a 2-hour drive, but it's up there in the Panhandle, and not too far from Hope. But also, if they allegedly attended a potlatch, then it certainly would have been aware as a term beyond merely a passing anthropological reference. And Chief Joseph was said to have had a funerary, quote, farewell potlatch, which was reported on by the Seattle Post-Intelligencer newspaper in June 1905 as a great affair during which all of Chief Joseph's property was given away. And Edward Curtis, in Volume 5 of the North American Indian, gives a lengthy account of this farewell potlatch, which he himself puts in quotes as Joseph's potlatch. And here include this photograph of the funerary feast lodge from his supposed giving away ceremony. For scholars of Northwest Coast Indigenous art, there's one problem, though, which is that potlatches, when applied to Nez Perce, are a misnomer. The Nez Perce do not practice the potlatch from the Northwest Coast as we understand it, and nor do most plateau-based First Nations. As inland nations, they had not the same ecosystem or system of subsistence rights and giving protocols that define the potlatch on the coast. They did not historically practice the act of reciprocal gift-giving and giving away of wealth in such ceremonial feasts and forms that's collectively known by the term. It's rather best known in the dramatic fashion practiced by other nations, the Tlingit, Kwakwaka'wakw, Haida, Tsimshian, and others. So for this potlatch, the term is inappropriate and begins to raise doubts about some of the veracities of what the Kienholzes might have been engaging with, and really whether that matters at all. Similarly, the reliance on Edward Curtis raises red flags. As I'm sure many of us know, Curtis is well understood to have staged many of his photographs, including all the images that we saw today. He created timeless romantic images by having his subjects dress up in regalia that often wasn't their own, or having them pull out antiques from closets or from his own trunk in some cases to give the impression of a more timeless, dignified era. Certainly in the case of the Atsino warriors, he commissioned them to dress up in this regalia and to reenact this war party raid. There were, of course, no war party raids happening in 1905 when this image was taken. So the artificiality of the assemblage becomes more clear with these kinds of close lookings. The regalia of the chief would not have actually befit the accuracy of an anthropological diorama that might have inspired such tableaus. The blanket he's wearing, for example, is not the chief's blanket of Plains leaders, but rather a Navajo rug made for sale. A commercial object done here in the storm pattern design that emerged in trade posts in the late 19th century as a made-for-sale commercial object based on Persian rugs. Here are some hints as to the form of that storm pattern rug. On closer looking, many of the elements from the raised beadwork to the buckskin also show clearly imitation work. And the raised hand offering the cigars suggests not a historic indigenous leader, but rather a cigar store Indian offering up tobacco for sale. The tableau presents less of a historic chief then in its central figure than a kind of simulation. An advertisement built from a constructed imagining of a, quote, Indian leader. And perhaps it's unfair to expect the Kienholzes to practice more anthropological specificity when it comes to their invocations of indigenous ceremonial structures. They would be the first Euro-American artist and cultural figure to be enthralled by this cultural phenomenon, of course. The potlatch has been studied extensively by anthropologists and cultural theorists, from Franz Boas or Claude Lévi-Strauss to, of course, the most famous invocation by Marcel Mauss in his study, The Gift, whose exhaustive project influenced philosophers and artists all the way from Georges Bataille to Derrida to Baudrillard. Guy Debord and the Situationist International, who I'm showing here, invoked the term for the name of the informational bulletin they produced as the Letters International, invoking what they understood primarily as a pre-capitalist form of the circulation of goods. And I don't have the time today to cover all of these avant-garde and neo-avant-garde invocations of the potlatch, but it's referenced in works from the Surrealists to Fluxus, from Alison Knowles to Thomas Hirschhorn, and deployed primarily among these artists and groups for its capacity as a radical alternative to commodity culture. For Marcel Mauss, for example, the gift-giving nature of the potlatch was remarkable for how, unlike commodity exchange, the potlatch bases gift exchanges in a, quote, pattern of symmetrical and reciprocal rights that binds people together, unlike the abstract equivalences between commodity products that instead separate and alienate individuals. The giving away, and here I invoke excess as one of our key terms for this gathering, the giving away of excess in order to redistribute wealth and accrue prestige contradicts the accumulation of private property inherent to the capitalist order and the colonial process. The point that the potlatch was such a threatening system to colonial governance that in 1884 it was banned in the United States and Canada up until 1951 in Canada and until 1934 in the United States. Missing from many Euro-American avant-garde invocations of the potlatch are not just the commodity forms, however, but also the cultural specificity of the ceremonial structure among especially different tribal nations who offer their own rigid cultural protocols for the system. For example, among the Tlingit, the potlatch is known as a kuik and has been described as a ritualized competition in which clan leaders increase their status and assert real intellectual property and land rights through the opulent consumption and giving away and distribution of goods and the ceremonial destruction of property. Gift giving was not necessarily its central element, but rather the central element of a Tlingit Huik is the assertion of social, spiritual, and personal claims and orders, and the reestablishment of claims to fishing rights, songs, clan names, and other forms of real and intellectual property. Hence, much of the material cultural studies associated with the potlatch focus on giving away excess, but really should be focused more on the ways that hosting and feasting establish social hierarchy, for example, among the Kwakwakiwak. And here I just want to show some examples of potlatch material culture. Here, this massive figure of Dzunakwa, Campbell woman, formed as a feast dish. I want to point to this grease bowl in the British Museum that would have been used for ceremonial feasting, which you can tell it has a shine on it. And if you view these kinds of dishes in collections in person, most of them still have the sticky remnants of grease that are in their recesses of their wood. And so this shine is actually from the still embedded grease and stickiness, which evokes some of these materialities of resin that the Kienholzes are working with. These welcome figures act as welcome to ocean arriving visitors for the potlatch. Here's one from the British Museum. I just want to note the pose as well. Or in some cases, these figures act as a challenge. This is a potlatch figure who is challenging visiting chiefs to give back as much as they will receive. And he's clutching a ceremonial copper, which is one of the greatest signs of wealth on the northwest coast, and holding the finger as if to say, can you do the same? So the Kienholzes were astute students of indigenous and colonial history of their inland northwest context. Were they students of the northwest coast system in the same way? How do we account for the artificiality of the potlatch and its tableau and their concern for the specificity of their place in hope? They were concerned with the present and the contemporary in much of their work, including other work engaged with Native subjects like, again, conversation piece. So I need to, in considering this work, push back against the idea that the potlatch is just a retrospective thematization of painful histories, and instead dig through what these inaccuracies of deployed cultural forms mean, what their implications are. For example, in conversation piece, I don't believe that it just conjures up a specter of past genocide as a historical event, as has been written about it, but in the context of Washington and Idaho, in a period when, in the 1950s and 60s, Native children were actively being sent to federal Indian boarding schools, ripped from families for adoption with white parents in what's known as the 60s scoop. I believe that this incident of a, quote, rape by frontiersmen, as described by Ed Kienholz, was not so allegorical so much as it was a reference to ongoing violence on the western frontier as he knew it. Some of these histories were embedded, and I'll nod again to Johanna's invocation of some of the photographs at the Billy Bar at their compound in Hope, where images like right in the center here of local Native community members are a part of this recreation of the local neighborhood bar. And another major work that is fairly contemporaneous to the potlatch, completed just a few later in 1992, is The Merry-Go-World or Begat by Chance and the Wonder Horse Trigger. This carousel inside of which the Kienholzes present various states of poverty, including in Native and other global communities, which to me demonstrates at this moment in the late 80s, early 90s, and they're working on this from 88 to 92, their sensitivity to contemporary issues for Native communities, not just historical conflicts. One of the rooms that opens up is dedicated to South Dakota and the Oglala Lakota Nation from Pine Ridge. And as Nancy Reddin Kienholz described, quote, "We decided to go to South Dakota, and this is Pine Ridge. These people are the Oglala Sioux that got this barren piece of land. Inside they quote the Lakota leader Red Cloud, who's tying in this quote, and you can see it right here, and he's imaged on this calendar, and as a way connecting Indigenous rights issues in the present for them to the 19th century, the time of Chief Joseph and Red Cloud, with this famous quote, "They made us many promises, more than I can remember, but they kept but one. They promised to take our land, and they took it." Clearly the Kienholzes are thinking about land rights. And this is, I just want to point to the mono-series drawing they did for this particular room. This is Angel, a Blackfeet girl who they photographed for the room. I just want to point to the quote that they include at the top of the frame from Red Cloud, and then the invocation of some of these materials, jawbone, stick, a can that's been beaded, invoking some of these signifiers of indigeneity. The potlatch, I believe, has to be understood in terms of the Kienholzes' keen ability to relate historical injustices in the present, or to the present as they knew it. They were undoubtedly concerned with things like Chief Joseph's War, the Yakima War, and things like the soon-to-be, in their moment, 100-year anniversary of the Wounded Knee Massacre, which was certainly circulating along with the Columbus Quincentennial. But contemporaneous Indigenous rights movements and territorial disputes that took place over the 30 years between Conversation Peace and the potlatch certainly influenced their understanding of ongoing conflicts. For lack of time, I just want to list some of them, and I've bolded the most local ones, including the Colville's dispute over water rights in 1970, the Kootenai Declaration of War in 1974, a blockade in support of their own tribal recognition. We have the entire American Indian movement from Alcatraz to the Wounded Knee occupation, and then ongoing logging protests, especially in the Seattle and British Columbia localities, as well as lots of fishing right disputes at this moment. Missing here are some Maka instances of whaling rights. It goes on and on and on. This is in the water. Many of these disputes had vibrant visual expressions by contemporary Indigenous artists. We can put artists like Jimmy Durham, question mark about his identity, and Jean-Baptiste Smith's Indian Madonna enthroned in comparison to the assemblage style of the Kienholzes, but in terms of their local Indigenous artistic neighbors, artists like Joe David, who here created this large-scale welcome figure known as the Cedar Man, protesting logging on Mears Island, his new Chandler locality, which was displayed in front of the BC Provincial Legislature in 1984, carved as a response to capital resource extraction and greed. We have artists like, and these are some of the marches from that display, artists like Lyle Wilson, a Haisla artist working in Vancouver at this moment, who in 1986 made this silkscreen in which violent destruction of what he calls tradition, the elegant form-line design of raven you see in the middle, which in white appears whole, but in red appears fractured, broken, likely by the target centered in on the center of the figure, and followed by expressionistic paint-like drips that evoke, of course, blood. Artists like Joe David and Lyle Wilson responding to this climate of Indigenous rights activism and at times violent standoffs. In 1990, 1991, many of these actions it literally became violent in places like the Oka Crisis, Gustafson Lake standoff, Seton Portage incident, when armed police and, in some cases, military officers engaged directly with blockades, ending in, often cases, death. Artists like Anna Davis Jackson, whose assemblage here of handmade cedar paper, also cast from life, much like many of the Kienholzes' plaster casts in this period were cast from life, engages in here a response to logging rights among the Tlingit here on Kikwan, but invoking the language of assemblage to bring together Indigenous understandings of materiality as well as relations with land and place that themselves have intense cultural meaning. I bring these, for lack of time and conclusion, just to point to some of the ways in which, in this milieu of the Pacific Northwest, works like these are being exhibited from Seattle to San Francisco to Vancouver, and may not have posed as models, but were important comparative examples for the exhibition of Indigenous rights as they took on avant-garde and culturally relevant forms. So where does that leave us with the potlatch, to summarize? If you believe, like I do, that the Kienholzes were keenly aware of the colonial history of their surroundings, then the evidence points towards them being aware not just of the specificity of Idaho history, not just the specificity of the Nez Perce or the potlatch as a custom, but also its resonances with histories and customs as they moved into the present, rather than as distant memories. My concluding supposition is that the potlatch is not a model or a diorama, but rather that it is a prescriptive action. The supposed Chief Joseph figure is not in fact a stand-in for that native leader, nor for any historic Indigenous presence. Rather, it is a surrogate for the viewer, for the Kienholzes and for all beneficiaries of the colonial process. And I do not mean to suggest that it is a figure that is, quote, playing Indian, and there's a whole sidebar conversation to be had about the taking up of indigeneity as a mode of nativist, right-wing, and colonial occupations of identity, but rather that they are occupying and standing in consciously artificial caricature. The figure is not rooted in historical accuracy or authenticity, but rather is built from the imaginary of the stereotypical Indian, the imagery and misdeeds of the American popular imagination as its frontier. Just as the taxidermy casts a previous tableau, thinking here of Caddy Court and its grotesque Supreme Court of taxidermy, those have been stand-ins for American society, government, and legal systems. And here the taxidermy minotaur of the potlatch is an amalgam of essentializing or romanticizing tropes of indigeneity, from Curtis's stage romantic portraits to the commodification and consumption of the cigar store Indian. And as in many of their tableaux, the Kienholzes implicate the audience directly in this, implicating them in the reflection of the mirrored backdrop, the reflection of the glassy eyes of the deer head, and the chief figure stands in for the viewer, not just in their reflection, but also in a mirroring of a colonial psyche, reflected back. Rather than being implicated in the past demise of Native American culture, as the Whitney catalog described, this reflective surface implicates the viewer in an ongoing and unfolding process in the present. One does not need to physically walk into the tableau because one is already in it. One is already there through this figure. And this positional shift makes clear that the audience is not the recipient of the gifts of the potlatch, but rather actually the giver. The array of photography on the music stands is not the performer of the ritual, but actually becomes the audience, the recipient. And in the gift, Marcel Mauss heavily cites Franz Boas's studies of Kwakwaka'wakw social systems. One famous report from 1898 is reproduced by him at length, which I'll close, in which Boas writes, quote, "The economic system of the Indians in British Columbia is largely based on credit, just as much as that of civilized communities. In all his undertakings, the Indian relies on the help of his friends. He promises to pay them for this help at a later date. If the help furnished consisted in valuables which are measured by the Indians by blankets, as we measure them by money, he promises to repay the amount so loaned with interest." And Mauss focuses very heavily on such alternative systems of debt, and the alternative economic systems capture the avant-garde imagination. But another time would love to gesture towards the concept of debt in the Kienholzes and how the concept tableau themselves also rely on this sense of debt. But Thomas McGillivray has written that in the Kienholzes' work there is, quote, "at once a nostalgia for a pre-capitalist civilization and a desire for post-capitalist resolution." And perhaps in the potlatch, the Kienholzes point to this kind of resolution, the debt accrued over centuries of conquest, theft, and genocide, and where that might take us. What to do with excess is a question, and I suggest perhaps the potlatch is where they propose an answer. The Minotaur stretches out its hand on our behalf, the gesture becoming not an offer, but a lesson on what to do with such excess, a prescription, an implication in the potential act of reciprocity, and an accounting for the unwilling gift that must be paid back, to return the excess, but with interest. Thank you.
Okay. While people are trickling in, I'm going to introduce the first speaker on our final panel, who in some ways needs no introduction, Sarah Wilson. Well, because you're here and because you're preeminent. Professor of Modern Contemporary Art here at the Kienholz Institute of Art. Sarah was the principal curator of Paris, capital of the arts, in 1800 to 1968 at the Royal Academy, London, Guggenheim, Bilbao. I'm just going to go through many of her curatorial accomplishments to start. And Pierre Klosowski at the Whitechapel Art Gallery in 2006, which toured Claude in Paris. She's enjoyed a close relationship with the Centre Georges Pompidou and is extended throughout her career. And she wants to point out that some of its earliest curators came from CNAC, which hosted the Kienholz show in 1970, organized in Paris by Pontus Hulten, the Pompidou's first director, which she'll be talking a bit about in her talk today. Sarah was appointed Chevalier des Arts and des Lettres Award by the French government for services to French culture in 1997. In 2015, she was curator of the first Asian Biennale, co-curator, one of many, and was awarded the AICA Prize for her distinguished contribution to art criticism. Her many books include The Visual World of French Theory, Figurations in 2010, or Figurations from 2020, and Picasso, Marx, and Socialist Realism in France from 2013. There's many others. She has published on over 30 known and unknown women artists. And Sarah's talk today is entitled Kienholz 10 Tableau Paris, American Violence at the Limits, 1970 to 1972. Please join me in welcoming Sarah Wilson.
Well, first of all, of course, I'd love to thank all my very beloved Americanist colleagues and the Research Forum and the lovely people helping me with my PowerPoint, those visible here and those invisible, in fact. And I'd like especially to thank Johanna for saying, I've got to come and speak at this conference. So actually, thanks to your insistence, Johanna, I've learned such a lot, not only from my new colleagues, and I'm going to talk to you all, including when I get to my paper, and I'm in that wonderful moment of post having given one's paper relaxation, but also because, well, you'll see, I mean, Visions of Sugar Plums was my Kienholz at the Pompidou, and I've just learned a great deal, but I think I'll just launch into what I want to say. So, the CNAC, the precursor institution to the Pompidou Center, in conjunction with the trendier part of the Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, that's the Municipal Museum of Paris, at the time was in one wing of the Palais de Chaillot, with the Musée National d'Art Moderne in the other, got together under the aegis of Pontus Hulten to create this exhibition, which I'm sure you're going to find slightly surprising when I show you its venue. But at the same time, the most important gallery for conceptual art in Paris, in a kind of rivalry position with the Galerie Daniel Templion, the Galerie Yvon Lambert, was showing Kienholz's conceptual work as watercolors with these arbitrary but actual prices written on them in watercolors. And so that this was like the beginning of Kienholz in Paris in this double-pronged way, with a lot of the press, which I've consulted in the Pompidou Center archives, responding to both exhibitions. But what I wanted to underline first of all, very importantly, and this does go back to some of my previous work, is the deep, deep, deep climate of anti-Americanism in Paris. So whereas American colleagues can talk about the ills of America, if you like, the kind of structural anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, and the way that this is overcome with the discourse of contemporary art is particularly interesting. And in Paris Noir, Black Paris, at this very moment in the Pompidou Center, I discovered this photograph. It just says woman, you know, in a street or something. It's actually untitled work by Gordon Parks, the first black photographer to come under the auspices of Life to Paris in 1949. And you can see here how the word fascism, which we've talked about a lot, is being used as a signifier that's already, by a Communist Party poster artist and painter André Fougeron, being used to describe de Gaulle. You wouldn't have thought de Gaulle was a fascist, but he's supposed to be strangling Marianne and all the other protesting parties in his military outfit. This is obviously 3 years before the Algerian War breaks out. So it's quite an amazing early image to begin with, coinciding exactly with the publication in terms of years of that Simone de Beauvoir, America Day by Day, where her shock at the electric chair was reciprocated by Americans' shock at the fact that France still guillotined its criminals. But to go to a socialist realist painting of a genre I'm sure you're not aware of, the kind of Dutch landscape genre, which lasted a wee second in 1953. This is particularly illustrative landscape because it's called View of Laon Cathedral, in the distance. But you can see that the whole of the foreground has been bulldozed and repurposed to become an American military base. And this little map here, French map, shows you the American air bases and Canadian Air Force air bases in Paris under the auspices of NATO, which lasted until 1966. And it was a very long time ago. In fact, in terms of one of my collaborations with Andrew Hemingway at Paper, that I came across this novel called The American Occupation by the French very distinguished writer Pascal Quignard, where, of course, he dramatizes the situation, but for a baker or for a prostitute, the Germans in their military uniform were then replaced, as you can imagine, by Americans in their military uniform, who had better diets, better this, better that, incomprehensible language, and so on and so forth. And this was something that, really affected popular opinion, without me going into the left and right of the Communist Party, where, just to say in one sentence, remember that the very greatest artists and intellectuals, Picasso, Fernand Léger, Paul Éluard, the stunningly handsome actor Gérard Philippe, they were all communists up until 1953-6, without going into any more detail. This is one of two blue cars you'll see in my talk. I'm sure you'll know what the other blue car is. But just to talk about perceptions of America, this is the most violent anti-American painting you can imagine, which was denounced almost immediately. It was made, but is now the largest oil painting in Tate, and one of the most popular, despite the fact that it's one of the most incomprehensible. This is just not to go through the whole iconography, the NATO building, unseemly, too tall, modernist skyscraper, plonked down in the Parc de Saint-Cloud, I believe, is their, not the headquarters of operations, but where they actually lived. But the important thing is that underneath, invisibly behind this car, which was actually positioned in the Place Victor Hugo, is the stump of the former bronze-winged sculpture to Victor Hugo that the Nazis melted down for armaments during the occupation. So the idea is, in terms of displacement, as would be understood at the time, but not by us now, that in fact, once again, the Americans are the new fascists. You can easily see that. As I said, of course there's a big debate on left and right. There's Raymond Aron, André Malraux, these people who are pro-American. But there was that deep groundswell. And that, of course, I didn't actually point out, but there's a lot of poverty, tax pensioners, people living in tents, so on and so forth, and the electric chair. And of course, there's the question of the perception of the deep, deep racism in America, which was the reason why the first Congress, full of Americans of great distinction, Du Bois and everyone else, had to be held in Paris because it would not have been physically possible to stage the Congress of black writers and artists in New York or Washington or wherever. I don't know about Hope. It was an international conference with international translations. It was under the aegis of the very great intellectual review Présence Africaine. The second conference was in Rome in 1959. But this was something that could not have happened, and these voices could not have been heard in America itself. And then we come, and I'm going very, very fast, although I still haven't got to 1968, which I'm almost going to skip over, to the enormously sensational tour of Rosenquist's F-111, which stopped in Paris and was put up and really freaked people out, not only by its iconography, as we see, very, very rosy-coloured atomic bombs, and these quasi-military, hair dryers and so forth, and the great military aeroplane that I believe, I wasn't able to check this, but I read this very, very interesting thing, that the refueling stop in Amsterdam for these big military aircraft was where the paintings coming by air from Leo Castelli stopped landed as well. I need to check that reference. But of course this went it on the tour, it actually provoked French painters to try and do paintings as big as this room, like the Rosenquist, but because they were so big, no one's ever seen them before, and so American scholars don't understand that French painters did very, very large room-size history paintings because they've all been hidden away in provincial museums. But this caused, of course, as you can imagine, riots in Rome, for example, and very, very strong anti-Americanism. Now, a student of mine started a PhD and had to give it up, and then Rosenquist studio caught on fire. The Rosenquist tour of Europe is notorious. It also extended to Latin America. But I've suddenly realized, coming back, that's my little show you where the thing, I realized that the Kienholz tour is like the riposte only 3 years later, which is very, very, very different in nature, which touches the essence of America. And in terms of the last paper, actually, I'm thinking of it not as a kind of unsuccessful and contentious tour like this, but like a very, very strange potlatch. I'll describe it because this, surprisingly enough, is actually the site of the Knack. I expect you were thinking of something much, much more modernist, but this Hotel Salomon de Rothschild, which is the great banker, he died when he was only 29, his widow set it up in the later 19th century. It took a long time to build. Obviously, it's the most opulent. Now there's partly a dining venue called Baronne. A most opulent place, 19th century, doing fake 18th century inside, was actually the place of many, many things, like the Bibliothèque Jacques de Doucet, then the Knack, then a photography centre before the Jeu de Paume, and so on. I won't bore you with that, but you can see it's right by the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, in this posh place near the Arc de Triomphe with amazing grounds, and so it's rather strange, in fact extremely strange indeed, as the press found it on the press night of the 13th of October 1970, to think of these grand rooms with all their gold twiddles. It's a bit like seeing when attitudes become form in the, in Milan, in Venice, in the Prado Foundation, to see the Kienholz installed. Just to give you an idea of what the Knack had been up to, this is the moment of conceptual art bursting on the scene, very much sustained by Suzanne Paget at the Musée de la Ville de Paris, showing Kossuth, and then a lot of American conceptualists, mixed up, as you can see here, though, because this is a Knack exhibition, and they're showing you this is a split exhibition, and it spells the word Alma, like the Pont de Alma. There's even a Taklin homage going on here. People like Tinguely, people like Christo, but also people like Daniel Buren. So there's the beginning of conceptual art, and it's encountering at the same time in dialogue what is called narrative figuration. This painter Bernard Rancière actually hanged the F-111 in the exhibition in Paris, and you can see what I call the Warhol effect. This was supposed to be anti-Americanism under an American guise. It's projected images painted in acrylic, and he was the first person actually to dress up as an American sheriff. Somebody mentioned that yesterday. He actually had an exhibition where he was dressed up as the artist as an American sheriff in his quasi-anti-American exhibition. But you can see that the Warhol scenario is getting under the skin, and there's the whole question of the Paris-New York relationship going on here, with, of course, since '64, the idea that Paris had died with the prize given to Robert Rauschenberg at the Venice Biennale, but a very, very aggressive, multiple tendencies going on. So we get to this extraordinary moment when Pontus Hulten, now remember Pontus Hulten had been frequenting Paris since the 1950s. He actually wrote in the catalogue of Le Mouvement, the Galerie Denise René, with its Duchamp rotor reliefs in 1955. But as director and schmoozer with the MoMA in New York, he actually got this exhibition of 11 plus 11 tableaux to the Moderne Musée. But what is interesting for me to think of, and I have no answers at the moment, it's all in your papers and your archives, is the organization of this multi-venued tour of either 11 or 10 installations, because the French catalogue, as you can see, says 10, but there's a little add-on at the end, of this enormous amount of space and props, junk, bric-a-brac, whatever you want to call it, being wrapped up and sent, with sometimes 1.5 months turnover to all these places. It really is quite remarkable. And so the French catalogue, just to get to it, is a luxury publication about this big. I was absolutely astonished with this transparent paper, colour pull-out reproductions, and these wonderful, you can see here, Blaise Gauthier was the director, and it's based on Hulten's, the actual texts, which are very long and are in English as well as French, are based on Hulten's conversations with Kienholz in November 1969 in America. And so I've just zoomed on to Roxy's, but first of all, I thought it was Blaise Gauthier, and there were some things that seemed to me a bit strange, but now I know this is really, because Hulten obviously was talking to Kienholz in English and not in Swedish, so obviously these are edited transcripts that are being turned into a text straight from Kienholz himself. But the press releases and so forth did give you a background to Kienholz's presence, and any curator worth his salt would have gone to see Roxy's installation in Kassel in 1968. I'm not mean Roxy's, I mean Kienholz's installation Roxy in Kassel in 1968, which was notoriously the pop art documenter, but I didn't really know that it had already got a Roxy installation, which is very, very unlike pop art, of course. So although the colours may seem to you rather bizarre here, you can again see what a luxurious publication this was, with this pull-out illustration. And of course, this is supposed to be 1943, with the patriotic poster at the back of the wall on top of this installation, which is all to do with the whorehouse and prostitution, as you already know. But that sense of not only being able to penetrate an environment, obviously France had not had the assemblage exhibition, but to walk into it in the hotel space, I'm saying, hotel like Hotel de Rothschild, I missed out the fact that I put in my little brief thing that although Rothschild, of course, is a very famous Jewish banking name, the place was never called Rothschild anything. It was always called 11 Rue Bereal by the address. But it was the place, for example, where all the pillaged Nazi paintings, when they'd been recuperated, were taken back to be sort of classified and looked at. It was a depot at that moment, right immediately after the war. I also tried to find a rather dirty photo of it, which I was very unsuccessful, but I wasn't showing you the prettiest images of that hotel, because I'm sure at the time it was unfacelifted and very dark and very black, a very black facade. But then you can imagine the astonishment of people stepping into these anachronistic spaces, not only, quote-unquote American, but anachronistic. This is another installation, and one of you can tell me where this is from. I found this as a better, more attractive photo from the internet. But you can see the critic in Le Monde saying, the old Rothschild Hotel where the Knacks installed seems to have changed places. We're somewhere else. So it was like going into an extraordinary, especially 10 huge installations and a whole room of concept pieces. A very, very strange experience. And you can see how in this photo, and I haven't at the moment been able to do the research of comparing all the catalogues, and there wasn't a photographer named here, but I presume these black and whites were taken for the Stockholm exhibition while they were concocting this sort of luxury catalogue. But it does give you many, many close-ups, so you can peek in to bits you may have missed out. I thought on the right it was Kienholz, and then I took his name out just in case it wasn't. You could tell me if it is, or is it somebody else? It is him. He looks rather intellectual, these glasses on. I felt a bit confused. Anyway, of course, the caption ends up with this incredibly corny quote. And so what I found very interesting, and I haven't had time to do the job I'd like to do, or to do the job I'd like to do if I was speaking for 1 hour, not half an hour, is actually demonstrate how, while the shorter news clips, even like from Provence, from Marseille, whatever, said, this is an extraordinarily weird, kitsch American installation, 10 of them in the hood, the serious critics, you could tell that they could feel that something was going on. They were not immediately derogatory or negative. They were actually using many, many aesthetic criteria. Some of the best people, like François Pluchart, who had his own periodical about body art, art corporel at the time, wrote the most astonishingly sensitive criticisms. Interestingly enough, in what I've read, there hasn't been either the word kitsch, which people haven't used today, once in the conference, which I found quite astonishing. There was probably the word laideur, ugliness, but there hasn't been a real, I didn't find any real thought about junk. Many comparisons, of course, with the nouveau realiste artists, which of course embrace Tanguy and Niki de Saint-Phalle. But it was surprising, the sensitivity and the idea of almost stunned, well, let's give some attention to this, let's look at the details of the critics. Then, of course, you've got to think of a context of reception in which most of the people are deeply Catholic. So seeing something like the Nativity, which is number 2 in the list, is something that they would find very shocking. I'm not saying, ooh, shocked, like Schiaparelli shocked, but they're very, very disturbing in a very fundamental way. And I really would like to ask many people in the audience, maybe afterwards, about all the crucifixion imagery in Kienholz, which people keep describing, but again it raises the question of whether this Christian right in America actually believe in what they say. I really have no idea. France was very much more secular than places like Italy, but it's still, quite something to cope with. There are the details. The illegal operation you've already spoken about so eloquently, and it's very disturbing, but I'd just like to say that Simone Weil's law to legalize abortion in France was not passed until the 1st of January 1975. So quite obviously, this was something going on. And if you think of that petition of something like, 100 famous French women, which preceded the passing of that law, who all said, we've had abortions, this, was really quite meaningful. And I don't know to what extent it played any role. And then, whereas in the book, most works have 1 or 2 columns of red text, you can see that this actually shocked maybe Pontus Hulten, and he just gave us these words. It's the shortest entry for all the 10 tableaux. The illegal operation is an incredible outburst of violent despair, depicting the instant after a ferocious seizure of life. It stands uncompared in modern art because of its extreme agony. Further words here seem unnecessary. I've only put in 2 quotes from the book, but so just to say that in each case there would be a contemporary resonance with the people. This leads me here now to an interesting point, because La Naissance is translated here as the birthday. Now this is obviously a mistranslation, but in other things I keep seeing this piece referred to as the birthday. And quite obviously this was a Pontus Hulten's translators or Pontus Hulten's editing mistake that has been perpetuated, because it's actually about the pain of giving birth. And when I looked again to find a better illustration in this one, for example, which is the page from the book, all the lights were extinguished, the lights coming out of this woman's stomach. But when you actually read the caption, what should be joyful fulfillment gives way to agonized despair. The plastic bubble is a scream. The arrows, spasmodic suffering. These are like jets of pain. So there's not really much point in showing you a better illustration with the lights switched off. There's a card from her husband explaining his absence, which I can't see in this image. She's absolutely alone. This is a very, very passionate text. I think if you're a Kienholz scholar and you don't know it, as it's a live conversation with Kienholz, you may not have anticipated because it's a French catalogue. It would be interesting for you to read it. So off we go. So this, in fact, Sugar Plums, was my first encounter with Kienholz at the Pompidou Centre. It's not shown very often, and it looks more like this. So this is another installation shot with the lights on. Of course, I didn't quite get it, as in they're all supposed to be fantasizing wonderful sexual fantasies in their boring married life. But, I thought that there was another. Yes, here, what is so interesting is the show masterminded by very ambitious, and of course, if you know him, very, very large, Pontus Hultén, a very, very huge Swedish man, is 70. The French state has already participated in buying the work by 71. It's actually becomes part of the future Pompidou Centre collection in 76 before the institution opens. So that's that. So here, of course, we come to the second car, and this was intriguing for me, lent by Madame Edouard Kienholz. So this is not Nancy. There is no Nancy in my presentation. This is all before Nancy, and this is it Tina? What's her name?
Lynn.
Lynn, yes, the previous wife. So it's rather strange that she owns this piece. I really don't know what that implies. You will. But of course, this car is not like her Roland Barthes de Chevaux, about which she wrote so eloquently in Mythology. And people in France didn't really choose very, very much smaller cars to get up to no good. But again, it's something very shocking and extremely, extremely explicit that you're not getting at the time in Nouvelle Vague cinema, for example, which is obviously far more erotic. This is really always a case of confronting a certain degree of brutality, which is very, very accepted and written about and publicly extolled French behaviour, including infidelity or whatever. But it's not the way they did it. The weight I found particularly poignant. And this was, again, what made me think of all these situations of women. This is why I think the situation of women in Kienholz possibly... I would like to read somebody else's brilliant essay on it, because I found this one so particularly sad. They're close-ups of all these trinkets she's wearing around her neck. And so relating, including in terms of its, fusty, old-fashioned furniture, to something that I'm sure so many people could have related to at the time, including their old relatives in the provinces and so forth. Then we get to the beanery, and actually, while looking for a different photograph, this is a really rather good one, and I didn't find any taken from the same position. And of course, many of these things, as you said, if you think of these enormous rooms in the Hotel Rothschild, they were very soundproof if you walked from one to the other. One has to remember all the sound tracks in these installations, which I think again was something very, very new. Very unlike seeing a piece by a Nouveau Realiste artist, Daniel Story, for example, in a thing. Am I okay for time or not? Sort of. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that. And then we get to the concept tableau. I'm not going to describe them all, you'll be pleased to hear, but just to show you, not only were they there, but the idea of the contract for a purchase of a tableau is there. And while Daniel Buren had got his acquisition documents on the go, 66 to 68, he's notorious for doing this conceptual artist providing a contract. This is before that. Buren is obviously going to this show. So the other thing that's very interesting among the concept pieces is that the art show 63, and again we see Pontus Hultén operating here. It's created and installed in 77 during the first summer of the Pompidou Centre opening. I haven't got pictures of this, but obviously it's one he particularly wanted to make a very sophisticated joke and also show a strong presence of an American artist after the Duchamp reclamation, which opened the museum in 77. And it was interesting because I looked, oh dear, there's a little typo there, I'm sorry, that Lynn becomes his assistant in terms of acquisitions of American work for the institution. Okay, the world, after the ball is over, the one that's to do with racism we've already mentioned, Mayor Sam Adel. The American trip is a very funny thing that he does with Lynn and Tankerley. You see all these chumminesses, and the actual money they're asking for to do something that doesn't even exist, to go on a trip they don't know where to, $10,000 each for starters and so forth, and then doubling. It's all a joke, or probably inspired by something else. But nonetheless, very, very interesting conceptual work. The road trip turned into a conceptual work. This one, again, proceeds for this time, all these thousands of dollars, to the American Civil Liberties Union. Then we come, I found so disturbing, the state hospital with, of course, Kienholz's personal investment, having worked in one of these places, and having seen, for example, Ivry, where Artaud is interned. These are very, very unjoyful places in France and in the suburbs of Paris, as well as in America. I found that particularly painful. The artist Jean-Pierre Reynaud would be working on this subject in France a little later. And 11th Hour, of course, has got all the Vietnam casualty statistics. If you do your counts of installations, we've already got to 10 tableaux. This is why I'm confused. And one would have thought, of course, that the most sensational, especially in terms of the attitude towards America I described at the beginning of my talk, would be the Portable War Memorial. But it comes in at the end, and what I feel is that actually it wasn't going to be planned because the Hayward had got it, and they finally got it into the show, and so it ends up being late into the show, late in terms of the maths of the cover, saying 10 tableaux, not late in terms of its chronological place in the catalogue, but obviously an extremely powerful thing there. And then, of course, one gets to the fact that Lyotard had already been very interested in writing about art. He goes to the Documenta, he sees Five Karstad, and he writes about it when he's writing about an artist I'm going to get on to conclude with, Jacques Monory. But it's when he's a visiting professor that he has this extraordinary sentence which comes up in the novel called Toil. It was a kind of preface to a fake novel, published in France in 75, but not published as the Pacific War to the 90s. Perceiving his position as one of the great two intellectuals first invited to America, he and Derrida were switching the same apartment 6 months on, 6 months off in California. That he was a visiting professor as like a Greek tutor to the son of a young Roman, that he was in a very vassal-like position. What's more, they were both called metek, which does not translate very nicely into, it's called something unbelievable like Dago in the Pacific War, but they were both, Lyotard as well as Derrida, called sort of swarthy-skinned people by their white semi-clad American female philosophy students. And this is where I came across this KKK, sobriquet for Kaiser Capital America, and I found it very shocking. It was my first time, but apparently some of you know that KKK for Kaiser Capital America. Again, remember the word Kaiser, the German word, the Nazi implications coming up again. Kaiser Capital America was the way he I'm not saying perceived America, but characterized his responses to this piece. So he starts writing on Monory in 72, and on this cusp, hyperrealism comes in. I'm not going to talk about it, just to say cold America, warm, sexier France in response, although he pretends, Promoget, that he'd never seen any hyperrealism work. An enormous amount of literature about hyperrealism, gallery exhibitions and museum shows about hyperrealism. This guy who exhibited but who died very early, the idea of the enormously huge extent of America, which freaks people out as well, rather than the sort of nicely, what's the opposite of centrifugal? Yes. Anyway, arrangement of France with Paris in the middle. And this kind of, the road trip that becomes a completely melancholic trip with this futile remembrance of old Europe in the background when he goes on a road trip with Lyotard. It's very, very interesting. Finally, this double whammy, I began with that double whammy of interventions in the Rancien, the double whammy of the arrival of conceptual and hyperrealist art in Paris, in the Knack as well as in its European realism and American hyperrealism and European realism in the Knack, which has just finished housing Kienholz. And this is art conceptualism and hyperrealism. This is very important, especially if you believe in art since 1900, which, as you can imagine, I never do, which says that the documenta was the triumph of conceptual art without understanding it was also the triumph of many other things. But if you just to end here, you can see that this idea of a malaise, of a memory of Europe, of a memory of the Holocaust coming into paintings of the 70s. This is homage to Friedrich, the Auschwitz image. This goes into the images of the Holocaust and the film clips of the Holocaust that Lyotard would install in Les Immatériaux much, much later in 1985. Just to say that there is really a very big difference between European postmodernism and American postmodernism, but this potlatch, this unexpected potlatch, and this unexpected, extremely well-financed tour all over Northern Europe, Western Europe, of course, of non-Rosenquist-like dysfunctional America has played into that. One can also, of course, see the Kienholz in terms of an extreme melancholy. So just ideas which I need to work on more. I'd like to have given you more critical quotes there. But thank you again, Joanna, for asking me to contribute to this, because it's really opened my eyes to something very important.
Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce our final speaker, Jane Myers-Sapinska, who's an independent art historian, editor, and researcher based in Los Angeles. Their essays on contemporary art and exhibitions have appeared in After All, Art Journal, Art Forum, Philip Freeh's October Tape Papers, exhibition catalogs, academic publications, and other venues, and include work and collaborations with Edgar Arsenault, Trisha Donnelly, Cristina Fernandez, Nancy Holt, Arthur Jaffa, Sterling Ruby, Arnold Zeman, and many others. Myers was founding faculty in the Department of Curatorial Practice at California College of the Arts, the first program of its kind in the U.S., and was senior editor of The Exhibitionist, a journal of exhibition making from 2014 to 2017. Since 2011, Myers has worked with Jay Sapinska in the critical and curatorial collaboration Grupa OK, which has produced projects and collaborative critical writing for art institutions worldwide, including Bachelor Modernism, an essay on the Society Anonyme for the Avant-Garde Museum in Poland, and Facing Poland's New Historical Politics in October 2022. And Jay's talk today is entitled Sadism on Tour, or Kienholz at Documenta. Please welcome Jay.
Thanks everybody for sticking it out. I owe thanks to many people. Thanks to Sarah, thanks to Johanna, thanks to Lisa and Lauren. And I'll thank you more later. The season is summer 1972. We are in a dark space, inside a dome, held erect by pumped air, outside the Neue Gallery in Kassel, Germany. The occasion is the large-scale exhibition Documenta 5. We are looking at an artwork, a tableau of 5 vehicles and 9 plaster figures titled Five-Car Stud by the American artist Edward Kienholz. It is one of the last times the work will be shown for almost 40 years. When Kienholz began his tableau in Los Angeles in the late 1960s, he was at the high point of his career.
By the end of its painful and slow process, he was at the end of his imperial phase and at a major inflection point. This presentation sets itself the task of telling the story of this work, including its dreaming up, its making, and its exhibition. I should say that Five Car Stud depicts a violent act, the castration of a black man by a racist mob, and it involves the presence of a racial slur. Kienholz envisioned the tableau as a forceful description of an injustice that demanded remedy. The team that worked on it included a black artist, Jim Totley, and a mixed-race model, Kirk Goodich. At the time, black artists were addressing racial injustice with the same harrowing means. See, for example, Mike Henderson's shocking Castration from 1968. We see the remains of the work after a studio fire in the 1980s. Faith Ringgold's Flag for the Moon, 1969, which integrates a racial slur into the American flag. Or David Hammonds' Injustice Case, 1970, which refers to the binding of Black Panther Bobby Seale during the trial of the Chicago 8. Such imagery reads differently in the hands of a white artist, but the stakes were different too, as I hope to show. So here's Kienholz in 1972 describing the work's narrative. I think of Five Car Stud as symbolic of minority strivings in the world today. Surface subject matter concerns a black man caught drinking in his pickup truck at night with a white woman. His vehicle has been surrounded and cut off by the parked cars of his 6 white captors. The man has been stripped by the whites, who are in the process of castrating him. In the same paragraph, he asserts, no attempt was made to indicate an actual geographic location or any historical situation. Indeed, Kienholz described his work as a fantasy, one that engaged artistic means not applied elsewhere in his work. Five Car Stud is huge, requiring high ceilings and nearly 4,000 square feet of floor space. At Documenta, it was 4,200. Unlike other Kienholz tableaus, it depicts a moment of lurid climax. His work usually sought out dead time or aftermath. And few Kienholz works are quite so immersive, so committed to suturing visitors into the imaginary world they depict. The usual ascription of Five Car Stud's date span is fall 1969 to summer 1972. But artifacts of the tableau's history point to a longer timeline of collection and gestation. He acquired the work's Dodge pickup in February 1968, for example. You see the certificate of ownership there on the left. And a 1967 photograph of Kienholz, taken by the actor Dennis Hopper, shows the artist in the hallway of a storage warehouse in Beverly Hills, cradling a wax head that would figure centrally in the work. I'm not sure that 67 is exactly the right date. It may be even earlier, not sure. There's stuff to confirm that's hard to confirm. This longer timeline in turn suggests resonances between Five Car Stud and Kienholz's 1966 survey at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. Among the works shown there was the sexually explicit tableau Backseat Dodge 38, which was made in 1964, which had provoked county supervisors to attempt to close the exhibition. Ironically, this made the show a cause in the press, drove attendance to the show, and cemented the artist's growing fame. Backseat Dodge was
Backseat Dodge restaged Kienholz's memory of a 1944 roadside hookup in his father's car. The work was indeed explicit, but the car's truncated hood conveyed its fumbling sexual encounter through the lens of comedy, suggesting detumescence or even impotence. Five Car Stud restaged this roadside date, a couple drinking and flirting in a near-antique Dodge, but interrupted. And it introduced a new dynamic, racial difference, and rewrote the self-effacement of Backseat Dodge as horror. Five Car Stud's poker-derived title signaled its risky bet. It aimed to up the ante on this prior work. The artist's camaraderie with black preparators and guards during the installation of the 1966 survey also points to his shifting relationship to black people and politics. The black leather chair, one of Kienholz's concept tableaus, indexes one such friendship. Over a bottle of moonshine, a black law student working at the museum told Kienholz about a leather chair in his family's possession, quote, made from the skin of his great-great-grandfather, end quote. Kienholz imagined this chair encased in a block of lucite plastic, with a tunnel in the plastic where the viewer can reach in and touch the chair. The work would not be made. The origin of the upholstery the guard discovered was a myth. But the image of encasing a black body in plastic resonates in elements of Five Car Stud. The almost 2 years between fall 1969, when the work on Five Car Stud began in earnest, and June 1971, when its components were first assembled, have a blurry timeline. Partly because the Kienholzes, Lynn and Ed, who worked as a collaborative unit in these years, were managing a busy international exhibition schedule in the wake of the LACMA show, including the very survey of Kienholz tableaus that Sarah described, which made a sweep of European venues in 1970 and 71. Over this time, Kienholz collected vehicles outside his home and studio in Laurel Canyon. The 1949 Dodge pickup he treated as a ready-made, leaving in place nudie clippings and glasses on the car's visor from the truck's previous owner, and assigning his name, Clarence Saudi, to the work's black victim. 4 vehicles represented Saudi's captors. 2, a 1963 Plymouth and a 1959 Cadillac, were acquired from friends, while a 1963 Corvair and a 1965 Mustang were spotted at local salvage yards. The varied symbology of these vehicles, which range from a sporty pony car to an expensive sedan, was pointed. They situated the work in the present and performed a wide range of personas and class positions, united by racism and ultraviolence. Eight of the work's characters were cast in plaster. Their models included Kienholz's family, crew, collectors, and friends, and the TV broadcaster Keith Berwick, who filmed an interview with the artist while he was being cast. In internal communications, the casts of Saudi's captors are often distinguished by their models' given names: Keith, Herschel, Carl. As a collector, Carl Frederick Reutersbard, an artist friend, and so on. So they wear the names of the people who model for them. Each wears a latex horror mask, purchased from Hollywood Magic, a shop on Hollywood Boulevard. All
all, I think all, 5 of 6 I can verify, all were produced by the Los Angeles mask manufacturer Don Post Studios. They include likenesses of the sad clown Emmett Kelly and the wrestler Tor Johnson as he appeared with a head wound in the legendary Ed Wood flop Plan 9 from Outer Space. They also include Universal monsters. Dracula, the Mummy. Don Post had a licensing deal with Universal. As well as Don Post's original characters, Uncle Creepy and Cousin Eerie. And you can see no less than 4 of those figures in the middle row and Tor Johnson on the bottom. The witnesses in the cars bore more generic titles, the woman and the sissy boy. Saudi's date was cast from models Chris Hansen and here from Lynn Kienholz. While the shocked boy, the son of a tormentor, was cast from Noah Kienholz and his friend Kirk. You see that on the right. Where the lynch gang is carefully equipped with cigarettes and pocket flasks, these figures are, by comparison, relatively schematic. While restoring the work in the 2000s, Nancy Reddin Kienholz marveled that the woman's purse is curiously empty. That's a credit to Lisa, who told me that story. Thank you. Unlike these 8 figures, Saudi's body is not integral. It is a collection of parts. The head, for example, is a composite of 2. A found wax head suspended in transparent plastic. The wax head was part of a set of medical mannequins Kienholz spotted at a creepy attraction at Pacific Ocean Park in Santa Monica, a sort of Disneyland competitor in the 50s and 60s. When the ailing park closed in 1967, its assets were auctioned off, and Dennis Hopper and Brooke Hayward bought the set and donated it to the artist. Kienholz repaired the face, which had depicted the effects of syphilis, had brown lenses cemented to the eyes, and painted its face black. He enlisted a black sculptor, Jim Totley, to sculpt a second head in clay, which was cast in plastic to encase the original wax. Totley was a designer for Shindana, a black-owned and operated toy factory in South Central Los Angeles, part of Operation Bootstrap, a black empowerment business initiative started in the wake of the 1965 Watts Rebellion. In that role, Totley designed Baby Nancy, a landmark, ethnically correct black doll first released in 1968. But where Baby Nancy aimed for realism, Totley's face for Kienholz was more expressionistic, distorted by pain, fear, and outrage. The rest of the body is similarly fraught and fragmentary. Cast from Bob Bucknam, 3 of Saudi's limbs are attached to the figures pinning and castrating him. See his leg attached to the figure being moved in the photograph on the right. Another leg floats freely. With the head, they are shoved against a hollow torso, a car's oil pan, filled with black water agitated by a pump. Colorful plastic letters float in the water, drifting to spell out a racial epithet. This is not a matter of chance. The deck is stacked towards one result. So now the work's timeline snaps into focus. By spring 1971, the, quote, fragmented, worked out parts of an imaginary scene, end quote, were gathered. And an exhibition of the work at the Hayward Gallery in London, part of a survey of California art and organized by LACMA curator
Maurice Tuchman, was on the calendar for the fall. But the ensemble had not yet been built and tested. There was no room to do so at the artist's Laurel Canyon studio and home. Invited by the artist's workshop, Gemini, GEL, to produce a multiple, Kienholz spotted an opportunity. Over the course of a few arduous days in June, Kienholz and crew hauled the components of the work to Gemini's parking lot on Melrose Avenue in West Hollywood to construct the work and photograph it. On a surface of poured dirt, they arranged the 5 cars into a semicircle. They staged his figures at the center, bringing their ugly struggle into view. They photographed the work at night, lit by the car's headlights. Bucknam, Saudi's model, also shot the key image, which Kienholz nominated the official photograph of the tableau. The photo severs the scene from its urban surrounding, absenting dumpsters, parked cars, and street-side apartments, and blotting out the chain-link fence with black paper. We are no longer on a city street, but lost in a fearsome, undefined space without compass. Gemini produced various multiples from 5 Car Stud that summer and fall, including a Saudi custom license plate and a wall-mounted car door with a mirrored window that, rolled down, revealed Bucknam's photograph. Seeing the photograph without narrative context, more than one early critic thought it represented a car crash. It was an image of roadside assistance. This ambiguity was intentional. The photo was not intended as documentation, but as an enticement to see the work. After Gemini, the sculptures were crated for shipping to London. But in early August, Kienholz got a call from Norbert Linton, director of exhibitions at Great Britain's Arts Council, cutting his work from the Hayward show, citing the exorbitant cost of shipping the work overseas. And so when the car door multiple appeared in a survey of Gemini Productions in late 1971, it was the trailer for a film that no longer had a release date. There were no longer any prospects for showing or seeing 5 Car Stud. Enter Harold Zeman, the young artistic director of Documenta. Zeman wrote Kienholz in August 1971 with an invitation to show at Documenta 5, letting the artist know that he was coming to LA. "It will be good to see you," Kienholz replied, encouraging the curator to stay at his home when he visited. The two men were friendly. Zeman had shown Kienholz's work in When Attitudes Become Form, a 1969 exhibition at Kunsthalle Bern, and had paved the way for Kienholz's inclusion in Documenta 4 in 1968. But the artist declined. "I have very mixed feelings about Documenta, and think that perhaps younger, less exposed artists should have the opportunity and space." Kienholz did not want for opportunities in Europe. He and Lynn were traveling constantly and spread thin. By the time Zeman arrived in Los Angeles in early November, the dynamic had shifted. With Kienholz out of the picture, Zeman did not prioritize a studio visit. Unable to drive, he had not stayed at the Kienholz's hilltop home. "I really did not want to burden Lynn," he wrote in December, "with the task of having to drive me down that hill every day." Zeman's purpose, though, was not apology, but to pitch showing 5 Car Stud in Kassel the following summer. "I believe that your participation is absolutely essential with your new work 5 Car Stud, which I saw a photograph during a midnightly visit to Gemini." Informed by Tuchman of the tableau's massive footprint, Zeman wrote that he would like to make that space available with the greatest pleasure in the world. With stray crates jamming the drive around his home, Kienholz was now in a more pliant mood.
he wrote back in January 1972 with practical considerations for showing the work. Five Car Stud's path to exhibition, however, remained bumpy. By February, Zeman was embroiled in budgetary chaos in Kassel, and he canceled his follow-up trip to Los Angeles. He sent instead the curator Jean-Christophe Amann and the photographer Balthasar Burkhardt, allies from Bern. The photographs from this visit may be among the last to show Ed and Lynn as a collaborative team. She left him later that year. As shipping costs swam again into view, Zeman wrote on March 3rd to cancel the work. "I'm desperate," he wrote to Kienholz. "If I could see a way to realize it, I would do it. But do you?" And then in May came another twist. Supported by Documenta founder Arnold Bode, Zeman sent a telegram to friendly European institutions hoping they might share the bill, in effect setting up a short German tour for the work. On May 19th, a month before Documenta was supposed to open, Zeman wrote, "Ed, it finally works. We are very lucky." Kienholz plotted his travel to Kassel for installation. This back and forth had real effects on how the work was mediated and shown. By the time Kienholz's participation was settled, gallery floor space had been assigned, and getting the vehicles inside buildings was anyway a problem. Situating the work outside the Neue Gallery was the less than happy solution. And as Kienholz dropped on and off the checklist, Zeman struggled to find his place in the exhibition's convoluted thematic architecture. Was he a nature mystic? Or might he, like Paul Tech, be an avatar of Zeman's concept of individual mythologies? Or did he fit instead with the exhibition's currents of conceptual art or representational imagery? The February visit from Amann seems to have pushed Five Car Stud towards the category he was sub-curating, trivial realism, and thus into the company of strange bedfellows like Dwayne Hansen and John DeAndrea. Located off the exhibition's main concourse, the dome tent was accessed from the Neue Gallery's north exit, where it appeared like an architectural protuberance or else an alien spaceship. Inside, it was dark and often sweltering, reaching temperatures of over 40 Celsius, which I have no idea what that means, over 100 degrees. Super hot inside, stuffy, blowing hot air. Scrambled by the exhibition's multi-site profusion, viewers' eyes would have also taken several minutes to adjust before allowing them to find their way around the space. They would have been avoiding not only various figures and vehicles, but also additional scenography, dirt, prop boulders, and a tree stump. Once acclimated, they moved through the space freely, getting in close to observe play school letters, living wax in plastic, and castrating knife. Like backseat dodge, Five Car Stud played on viewers' positions as observers, casting them as detectives, piecing together a narrative, and implicating them as voyeurs. The many photographers on the scene at Documenta also witnessed them as coextensive with Five Car Stud's masked torturers, watching in awe as the shadows of chic viewers, sweaty in loose-fit jeans and leather jackets, mingled with those of leering monsters. I'm at the conclusion.
What did Documenta's audience make of this evil fantasia inside a black bubble? Could they parse Pony Car from Plymouth, Cousin Erie from Emmett Kelly? What could they see of the tormented cyborg at its center? Could they see his doubleness and fragmentation? Or did his proximity to the realist works indoors make them see his pain as one more portrait of reality, however dreadful? But the agony of the Saudi figure is that he is not real. In actuality, there is no black man, Kienholz's 1972 statement warns. Saudi is the traumatized projection of the racists who torment him. His torture shores up their bodily integrity and deathly white collectivity. Their ascription as vampires and the living dead is no accident. It is the crux of the work. And is it any wonder why Betty Saar doesn't find a place for herself to view this work? There's no place for her in it. It's not for her, it's for us. Few artworks are easily parsed in such conditions. Never mind Five Car Stud. By the end of Documenta, the work was warped by heat. A dutiful press officer explained that it recreated the atmosphere of Dixie States, thereby enhancing the work's realism. Five Car Stud also suffered an attack by means of 3 smoke bombs, during which 2 figures were damaged, knocked over by a fleeing audience. A jittery letter to Kienholz from Documenta representative Anat Alvart does not clarify if this was a prank or a protest, but she had reason to worry. During the exhibition's May installation, the Red Army faction had bombed targets across Germany, including American embassies and military installations and the Hamburg offices of Springer Verlag. Documenta administrators scrambled to write procedures for bomb attacks. But as Sarah's already shown us, an audience skeptical of American power and self-righteousness might well have seen Kienholz as an ally. A critical American ran the headline of one review. And with her damage report, Alvart included a clipping from the left liberal magazine Stern, hailing Five Car Stud as the most impressive political work of art since Picasso's Guernica. This was a marked contrast from the work's chilly reception in the American press. This was not the audience Kienholz wanted, but it was the one he had. Is it any wonder that the artist left California for Berlin the following year? Meanwhile, after its showings in Germany, the tableau was sold to a Japanese collector, the owner of an ink company, who, worried it would offend his American customers, hid it in storage for a quarter century. The artwork would be shown again only in 2011 as part of Pacific Standard Time, a suite of exhibitions sponsored by the Getty, rethinking the history of art in California. 39 years after leaving for Kassel, 17 years after the artist's death. Too late, in other words, to implicate its audience as Kienholz had hoped. The artwork's junk was no longer ours. The work's social fabric had long since dissolved. Or was it too soon? In the brittle post-racial America of Obama's first term, Five Car Stud parsed less as real-time accusation than an artifact of a painful past. Little did we know.
all the speakers to come up to the table. So much that we could talk about right now. I think I want to build off of some of the themes in the final panel. One moment, Michael. We'll start with this, and then we'll open it up to the public. Around the question of periodization, which also came up in the keynote Q&A yesterday. I think throughout the different talks today, and then particularly in the final panel in which I sort of tried to link Sarah and Jay's papers around the question of the European reception of Kienholz and thinking about our own place in time today here in the UK, and sort of some of the kind of points raised in our discussion of the Center for the Art of the Americas about what types of conversations can even happen around American art today, whether here or in the US. I think questions of periodization have been consistent across all of these papers. We've heard terms like anachronism, obsolescence, nostalgia, aftermath. Jay ended with the idea, is it too late or too soon? So this question of either belatedness or maybe a kind of proleptic or anticipatory critique. So I'm curious if we might, across the panel, across the different panels and different papers, if folks might want to weigh in, thinking about this European reception that was more enthusiastic, we might say, than the domestic reception, which was, yes, sensational and driven kind of by media frenzy in that kind of classic kind of post-war American mode, but was nevertheless perhaps more anxious. And I was wondering if we might think about that European reception vis-a-vis this question of either belatedness or just sort of the historization of the United States as either young or existing in some kind of future time. And I'm just curious about the ways in which, we've repeatedly looked at the tableau, particularly, and how they seem trapped in a kind of 1940s, perhaps early 1950s Eisenhower era, this sort of, you don't really want to say the coming of age. He was actually an adult by that point. He wasn't a teenager. It's not really a primal scene, but it is really looking at this kind of immediate post-war moment often. And so I'm just curious if folks might have some thoughts around periodization within either their own papers or across the papers. I use the term periodization, it's an awkward term, very kind of disciplinary term. I'm more just thinking about like history and time. And I think this was a major theme that also emerged in Lauren's paper, which was, quite, interestingly reading between Noland and Kienholz and thinking about late Kienholz. Kind of the I don't want to say Baroque, but like the late era Kienholz, which has popped in across various papers. And I'm quite cognizant of how the LA Kienholz versus the Idaho and Kienholz is read. So I just wanted to open the question there of time.
But there's both time, but there's also late career, and there's, of course, people have given very, very interesting papers about what he did much, much, much later on. On the other
Sarah,
hand,
can you,
sorry. I just said there's not only just a question of time, but late careers, because one could also see a lot of repetition, despite the motifs that suddenly come up, like in your brilliant paper, Chris. But there's a lot of repetition of becoming part. He has a genre which he repeats. So sometimes people see this in a very positive way when someone is constantly responsive to things, or you think, wow, they're still going on and on. We talked to Joseph Kasuth recently, who had a birthday exhibition in London. On the other hand, sometimes things seem like rather Kienholzian.
Yeah.
I mean, is that probably a terrible thing to say?
No, I mean, I think there's definitely a
And because there is
self-citation.
it's just to do with this idea of late careers and people repeating themselves. I've got something else to say, but I don't want to say it. Great thing.
I mean, oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I would say, just maybe to get some things started, thank you, that, the work that I was looking at and the most earliest assemblages, right, he's responding to headlines like the children killed children in Vietnam riots in 1965. He has this whole series. I took it out in my paper, litany of a piece that responds to the launch of Sputnik and the sort of paranoia over surveillance, and which is called the God tracking station, which is also vulgar. There's like a toilet seat with a tiger command. Is that the right thing, Lauren? Like the God tracking station has this weird, also erotic, anal thing going on in it. And the U.S. duck home from the summit, which is about another summit, thinking back to Lauren's paper, Eisenhower Khrushchev summit and the U-2 spy plane scandal. So, that Chessman thing was, there's a litany of ways that he is interested in, the media public sphere is one way to talk about it, and timeliness with an idea to kind of provoke the public. And so I'm interested also from Jay's paper in just how Kienholz, responded to that European reception, and Sarah's as well, given that, he was so keen in 1966 in Los Angeles in taking the reins of the media apparatus. And, he held a press conference. He put mics inside Roxy's in LACMA. So to tape, the county supervisors as they walk through, right, and this is legendary, right, that they are like, well, look at this, I remember this, taping them having fun, and then expose that at his own press conference that he held. Just, and Dorn was running for, there was this amazing way that show was, he kind of took the reins of the culture war that was being aimed against him, I guess. And so, I'm interested to think about what happens later in his career, what happens with Van Karstad, or what that was not the audience he wanted, or how he could not, or I don't know, what happens sort of to refrain from trying to promote that work in a certain way, or, because I think there's a very Americanness of that, all of that, and Westernness of the kind of, Carney Barker kind of ness that is in the frontierness of Kienholz's persona. I don't know, that's what I would sort of say about some of that stuff.
I had, one thing that I was thinking about this afternoon, and going back to some things I talked about yesterday in relation to time or temporality in this work, is the way that I suppose I would want to think about what is specific about the form of the tableau here, what that form that he uses for so many years does for him, or for them. In terms of you have these works which, as Ken is saying, are about headlines or about the news that pick up on very specific stories that maybe will be more or less comprehensible to us today, if we don't know them. Some of them are very detailed, right? And then at the same time you have these other works which operate on a completely general register, right? Like the abortion or the waiting, or even the Beanery in some sense is interesting because it mixes these things, like the headlines are there, but there's all these clocks on the heads and it's wasting time. So it's like this, these two things going on between the specificity of historical events and then some kind of relationship to history which sees it as repetitive and unspecific. And this to me seems like related to what I find what causes my kind of constant oscillation with Kienholz, like how I feel about this work, which is that all that stuff about I don't believe in politics, it has to be individual responsibility, but then you've got other works that are entirely about the idea of chance, or the notion that the world is just kind of like, even the description of Van Karstad, one of them, he says something like, and this is obviously there in the poker game title, right? Mm-hmm. But he says something like, the odds in this country 5 to 1 is not, and it's described in this way that it's like both saying something particular, but also like, as if this is just like undetermined in some way, that there isn't a sort of social reality that could be transformed. I suppose that's my point. This mix between like fatalism, like a kind of fatalism that also comes out, I think, in a work like The Merry-Go-Round, or even the work that you're talking about, like this is just random, like history is just this random sequence of events, but then this attention to these very particular things. And it seems to me that that's like what's very difficult about him is he himself is constantly oscillating between these different ways of thinking about what one's agency is as an individual or as part of a collective social formation might be in relation to the world we live in.
See a lot of hands. Just two more things. One, I mean, what you might be referencing there as well is the idea of kind of inevitability, which is the tragic.
Yeah.
The
Well, that's
idea-
a fatalistic quality.
Yeah, the
right?
idea that these dynamics are actually predetermined
Yeah.
or somehow fated or somehow inevitable. And that kind of sense of inevitability and that thrust that history is somehow pre-written, which speaks, my question on relatedness was also thinking in terms of Chris's point in bringing up the Edward Curtis photography and the way that the vanishing Indian is being invoked in the work, but actually perhaps doing a more generous reading of it and thinking about how the native is being brought into play precisely to kind of scramble that linear temporality of Western history. Did anybody else want to talk about? Got some eager audience members. Jay, did you want to respond, or anyone else? No? Okay.
I mean, I'll just say that I found, obviously read that 1972 statement about the work 8 gazillion times, and it's extremely eloquent and generous about how he made the work, with whom, in what order, and extremely gnomic and unsatisfying as a description of his motivations or what he thinks it's going to actually result in. And I think that Five Karstad, if one takes him at his word that his intent is to produce a work that's symbolic of minority strivings, it seems like an enormously peculiar way to go about it.
Chris, and then I'll call on Michael and Theo.
Yeah, there's one quick response to kind of the formal question that Lauren made a question about periodization and kind of the place of history might say, which is that we have kind of danced around the relationship between the live plaster cast and taxidermy. And I'm struck by the diorama as a modality, one which is used to evoke the anthropological present and to suggest there's a kind of timelessness to a staging that's locked in its frozen state as so often used to depict indigenous cultures, but also how the use of taxidermy and the plaster cast are kind of both this way of providing presence, but also of using death to reverse that or undo that. And they're so bound up that it's hard to read across the booth any kind of distinction between the two that would suggest any preference. Rather they get getting churned together so that kind of eternal presence becomes that waiting question to evoke one of the most kind of, I think, essential mediation or meditations on time in his work. But death and corpse versus live cast, that seems to be a really essential component of the diorama.
Could I just jump back in? The big 60s terms come to mind here, time, chronophobia, and presence in what you're saying. And I was struck by all the images we saw, and the one that I showed too, the kind of intimacy of those casting images of him in the process of laying sheets of plaster on nude bodies, and the sort of stickiness that goes back to Lucy's question in our first panel this morning. That there's something interesting to me about the sort of eroticism of those images and that process that gets at this sort of presence and absence thing that you're teasing out.
Okay, Michael and then Theo.
Okay, I have a question for Jay in relation to Five Karstad. The question is, was it ever interpreted at the time in terms of scapegoating and sacrifice? And the reason I ask that is because scapegoating and sacrifice is central to the philosophy of René Girard, for whom mimetic violence is fundamental. And the community forms itself in relation to an act of scapegoating, sacrifice, or exclusion of the scapegoat. Now, René Girard is the favorite philosopher of Peter Thiel, who encountered his philosophy in Stanford and actually met him at some point. And of course, Peter Thiel is the tech investor in Facebook, friend of Musk and funder of J.D. Vance. And that would establish, and so René Girard has become a favorite philosopher of the alt-right and Thiel's sort of entourage. So I'm wondering if that enables us to think of a connection between that work and now. I'm not saying that Kienholz is promoting sacrifice, showing the role of sacrifice informing the white community, in a sense, in a way that's been picked up by Thiel.
I don't know the René Girard, and I'll go hunt it down. My very brief reading of the work as vis-a-vis bodily integrity is sort of drawn from Klaus Teweleit and a reading of this work in terms of male fantasies.
But it's interesting
And-
that he
and-
published it in '78, so he was in that
Published-
German scenario.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. He started it in '72 as well. So I was thinking about it via Teweleit and also Barbara Ehrenreich's parsing of Teweleit. She wrote the intro for the book, and so that was also quite important. And I was thinking about her writing on Abu Ghraib, Ehrenreich's writing on Abu Ghraib, her being really freaked out as a feminist that women were involved in such garish forms of torture. Anyway, I think it's a really interesting question. I mean, in thinking about this work, I've been like, who is Kienholz like? Is he like Joseph Beuys? Is he like Robert Rauschenberg? Who is he like? Like who can we compare him to? And there's also like just groping around like whose thinking can we use to kind of get at what's going on here in a deeper sort of way? Maybe other people have
There's also
resources.
there's a 1965 short story by James Baldwin, which is about, I can't remember the title of it. It's referred to in David Marriott's book on Black Men, where he has the chapter on lynching photographs. And in this Baldwin short story, which is obviously published like 5 years before, 4 or 5 years before, same year as Watts, the whole story revolves around like the transmission of white masculinity from father to son. So it's a sheriff who's taking his son to go and witness a lynching. There's a part in the story where the sheriff then is impotent. He can't have sex with his wife. I don't know. I would just encourage us to also think about how someone like Baldwin is thinking about this as I don't know, it's just one of those difficult things. It's like, yes, we can go to Teweleit and that's very useful, or Girard, but and maybe this speaks to the sort of problem of thinking across like how these things are dealt with between America and Europe. But obviously there's like a multiplicity of black writers at that time who are thinking exactly along those lines about how white masculinity is reproduced via sexuality as well. So just want to throw that in.
And there's a great essay that was written in 2011 by Lee Rayford that considers the work in terms of the history of lynching photography.
Yeah.
And so I sort of felt like I wanted to like give that essay its space, work in relationship to it.
Thank you. I had it might be a question, it might be just more of a thought thinking with the work you were talking about, but Lauren, I was struck by the way you read the title as Still Live, when it's still live is sort of how I immediately read it. And then that brings in the connotation of issues still being live, or like the potential for things to happen as still being live. And I wondered if you could say something about that, or if anyone actually wanted to talk about that, and perhaps it opens onto the use of electricity in the work, which is quite distinctive, I think, and about flowing and currents, like things having currency. It seemed like it was a really useful strand of thinking, potentially.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Thank you for that. One of the questions I've had when trying to understand how the work actually operates mechanically and is that it has to be plugged into electricity to function for the timers, the clock timers to operate in order to create the scenario of endangerment. And because for the clock timers to synchronize, it will take so long, potentially. Kienholz estimated 100 to 200 years. He wasn't sure. I've asked ChatGPT since I'm not a mathematician. I asked it multiple times to calculate when the floor for clock timers would synchronize, but I got quite different answers depending on how I phrased the question, which was I was quite surprised at, but also shows the inability of the AI to calculate math accurately. So it has to be live, plugged into electricity to function, and then if it's going to take 100 to 200 years or longer to synchronize, then the Kienholzes had quite a grand ambition for the work that it would need to be turned on continuously for the threat to really actualize, yet the exhibition itself in Berlin was only for 3 days, and then it was closed in 2 days. And the Brownstein Gallery show was, I think, 12 or 14 days, but of course it was only plugged into electricity when the gallery was open to the public. So I think there's this really unresolved tension between its operability when it's turned on with electricity and live, and what is the power of the work when, if anything, when it is not plugged in and it's inoperable.
I think everyone has so many different interpretations, so I have to admit I came along to find out whether I should like or not like Kienholz. I'm afraid you haven't resolved that. But I do wonder about the white male perspective and authorship, the way in which authorship is being approached but through the process of interpreting. And I wonder whether, obviously it's a problem being a white male and an artist, and I'm wondering about whether it's worth taking seriously some of the ways in which Kienholz seemed to try to deflect authorship onto other people. Because either he is appropriating a lot of stories of other people, or there is a kind of attempt at collectivity of perspective, which is probably still a bit appropriation-oriented. But anyway, I think the attempts to rescue Kienholz seem to get into that problem for me of authorship. So, and what's lacking is the part.
or what I can't find in the bit so far is the unpart, which I thought would be a different perspective, maybe looking at the bad Kienholz rather than the enlightening Kienholz.
It sounds very psychoanalytical, the bad Kienholz and the good Kienholz. And I've just remembered, because obviously I suddenly realised that I didn't have any time left already before I'd finished. That what I was going to say was that more interesting for me, rather than flipping forward into 5 past that, also knowing you were going to talk, was that in 1971 the Ottawa publishes Kienholzes, a Plan to Your Painting in Psychoanalysis, in which the work analyses the spectator, rather than you coming and thinking, I've read everything myself and I'm going to see if I can apply my knowledge to the work. And I think that in terms of at least this question of reception, there's a very, very interesting way in which the works, open or bad or good, actually perform that function on their spectators. Because we talked a lot about unease or whatever in terms of spectatorship, but we haven't, you wrote an article called Freud According to Cézanne, not Cézanne according to Freud, but Freud according to Cézanne, where the work can have the power retrospectively to ask you questions that make you psychoanalyze yourself. So I think that, I was surprised really that I was inadequate because I couldn't do it, but there was little about response, and there was little about people saying they hated it, or it was extremely ugly, or extremely whatever.
Thank you for that. I'll pick up that lead and be even more critical than my neighbour. I came actually with a very naive approach, insofar as I'd simply seen the work. We were talking about examples we'd seen, and I last remember an impact, a wow factor at least, let's say, from the Wohlengracht at the National Gallery, particularly, which we didn't get mentioned anything here. But I'm very worried about. I've been utterly disillusioned, despite every single paper was fantastic, and I mean that really honestly. I'm utterly disillusioned by Kienholz, by an inordinate banality and traditional, that we're having to resort to an incredibly traditional form of hermeneutics to get to this. A bullet plus a Christian cross plus a TV plus a US flag. If that's, okay, that's banality at its most banal. So can you save it for me by telling me this is some kind of meta-banality or meta-triviality that we're dealing with here? Or let's take the other example, this being shocked by this thing in Berlin. I been in Berlin a lot as well. If you get shocked by that work, you're being shocked by an artwork. You're being shocked by the art market. I think it was Gustav Metzger, he's quoted on the first page of the Hayward Gallery, art into society, society into art. When will artists cease to mutilate themselves in the interest of the art trade? I think was used as the hook for that exhibition. I just wonder here, is it meta-banality and meta-trivialization that I need here in order to get my hook, to get somehow back to this visceral experience I had of the Wohlengracht?
Yeah. Someone else.
That went through. That show. Curators in the house, right here.
I was the curator of the Wohlengracht at the National Gallery, and somehow managed to slip that installation past the trustees, the exhibitions committee, partly because we didn't have a director for 6 months. But I wanted that there because when I first saw it, I saw it at the Baltic, and the reason I went to see it at the Baltic is because I've been waiting since 1975, when I was a student at Manchester University, when I stumbled across the beanery in the Stiblet, and wow, it kind of hit me like a train. And I thought, well, great, I'm looking forward to the next Kienholz exhibition in London. There wasn't one until the Kienholz show at the Baltic, and that's how the Wohlengracht ended up at the National Gallery. And great art communicates, and it can communicate by making you angry, like a missile in a crucifix makes you angry. That's called communication. Great art can only communicate if it's seen. And I asked the organisers yesterday, who's here from the Tate Gallery? Nobody. And we're in a room with closed doors, and what we're talking about in this room is going to go no further. And I also...
Save us, Joe. Now.
People.
No, you too, Colin.
I told Lisa I'm probably going to have a rant. But the Backseat Dodge, which is one of the great pieces, Richard Calver-Caresi, who I'm afraid is on holiday, else he'd be here, when he was a young curator at the Tate Gallery, before it rebranded itself into Tate Drop of how cool is that? Travelled to Berlin a lot, got to know Ed, and arranged for the Tate to buy Backseat Dodge. And Richard has still got the letter from Ed saying, in very Ed language, what an honour it will be to have my work in the Tate Gallery and everything. And then at the very last minute, the deal was spiked by the Tate Gallery, who then go and spend their money on stupid white things with holes in. Sorry, some of you may love Ben Nicholson. And the kind of the response to art is can be very different. I mean, I hate Ben Nicholson because I went to a Ben Nicholson show at the Tate, but I was told to go and be patient, and people are standing in front of it with enraptured expressions, saying things like, such exquisite balance. And then I go and see Five Car Stud when it was on show in Louisiana for the first time, and people weren't having discussions about its meaning. People were in that room silent, just punched in the guts and unable to speak. And that might be banal, but it sure communicates in the same way that a Caravaggio of the flagellation, which I actually saw in one of the images today, the black student being taken off by the police, was Caravaggio's flagellation in the Capodimonte Museum in Naples, as I'm sure you all recognise. But it's just the neglect of this great, great artist that I find quite shocking, both here, but also in America. His great pieces are dispersed. The Portable War Memorial would say such a lot more if it was in Washington or New York instead of out in Cologne. And likewise, many other pieces that have kind of dribbled around the European collections. Anyway, that's not a question. It's just a comment about what a stupid world the art world is, and I'm glad I'm not in it anymore, having retired from the National Gallery 9 years ago. Sorry, thank you.
I want somebody to call up the Yves Lambois disc, because you know that seems the reviews of Documenta in art forum are brutal about Five Car Stud. They see it as overly literal, so literal that it somehow dips into reproducing the thing it's protesting. Lizzie Borden, a critic that I really like, says that it's pure shock value, dérèglement de sens, or whatever. She compares it to Rudolf Schwarzkogler and Viennese actionism. I mean, for my part, I see Five Car Stud. I mean, I've only been looking at that work for like months, but you know, I look at that work and I'm not like, oh, this is a trivial assemblage. I'm like, this feels to me it's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which might not be your thing. I mean, some people like it and see it's important. It's bad vibes. And if you're not into bad vibes, then that's not the work for you. You know, like it's supremely like Black Sabbath, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's like
Evil Fantasia.
But I think it's...
Evil Fantasia. If you're not into that, then the work's not going to do it for you.
I mean, you can actually walk into it though, and I knew it from my dear Mr. Lyotard and the photos, but I didn't really know about this big tent, and I think it had a shocking effect. And to say that he couldn't get it into the space, so he did this enormous thing. I mean, I think that Zeman and Hulton are incredible people with incredible perception of importance. Obviously, Zeman was going crazy to make that happen. And then it was a star piece, whether you liked it or not. I mean, you know, well, I mean, I understood that it had a great deal of attention. Maybe not.
Sorta.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I just makes me think how great Zeman was. And also, none of us have mentioned, so I just want to mention to you all that I didn't really understand this. I knew there was going to be a big Niki show at the Grand Palais opening on June the 19th, but it's Niki, Tandy and Hulton. So I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what the Hulton component is, but his library is on show at the Swedish Cultural Institute at the moment there. But I mean, the fact that artists do need curators, and some curators are very creative, I think is really, and can see what to do when, I think it's really amazing, really.
And I think that speaks to this sort of collaborative or that collective that has been referenced. Well, I'm going to cut to maybe the jugular with the question of banality. I think maybe will lead me to authorize me to just hope the panel can maybe talk about another sort of recurring idea or problem, which is that of maybe we could call it complicity, but it's a term that gets brought into play often when thinking about the kinds of ethics that arise, or like what kind of ethical proposition Kienholz's use of violence is making. It's a very difficult question. It strikes really to the heart of some of the questions that arose from Lauren's keynote around, yes, the banality of these images, but whether or not they have the capacity to move us, meaning affectively or also like agentially. And so I'm just curious if in the process of preparing these presentations and spending time looking at some of Kienholz's work, maybe with some slightly fresh eyes or staring at them longer than you might want to, whether the question of complicity, I mean, like, are we recuperating this work? Are we redeeming it? Is that worthwhile? Or is that against is that like sort of not the point here? I think the question of complicity is one that has really guided my own understanding around the theme of the symposium. So I'm just curious if anybody has any thoughts about that problem. Chris?
My immediate response is just to go back to Lauren's keynote yesterday and to note that in this moment we're facing regimes who are so unafraid of being so naked about their violence against communities, citizens, and bodies on display that it almost feels to me like the way Kienholz is short-circuiting a certain kind of naked hermeneutics is what we need to think about when we're reconsidering our responses, or the responses of the likes of Betty Saar and Alan Michelson, artists and individuals of color who are critical of these reproductions of violence. But we're seeing that on a political level in such a naked and such a brazen way that we need to find a way to reconsider what it means to be sensitive to, or to be overly self-critical about our imbrication in these recreations, and instead understand that these recreations are also based in a kind of reality, and that the Kienholzes are taking some of the techniques of display, the techniques of the commodification and the gamification of culture, of colonialism, of the likes, and they're representing it in an importantly complex and ambivalent way. And it feels like this is a moment where we actually, art historically, in terms of our methodologies, need to come up with a means of engaging with images in a similar kind of way as they're being presented to us. That just strikes me, that nakedness, which is shocking, which is reproductive, but which is also now suddenly a technique of a series of regimes of the right wing around the world. So it feels like this is a moment to think about really closely what the creator and the critic can be together in that kind of facing of open complicity.
I wonder if I could, sorry, thank you. Just to keep responding to that, Johanna, and go back to the Elon criticism. I mean, yeah, those critics, they go right back to the earliest reception of Kienholz. So Philip Leiter is saying in 1963, you know, that where sculpture reduces, Kienholz accumulates. Barbara Rose is saying, you know, why didn't he just be a writer? Like, this is so literal. Right? Even though she says after seeing Roxy, she said, you know, I felt like I witnessed a murder, you know, coming out of that exhibition, and that's, you know, pretty unprecedented, of course. But I think, you know, those critics are refusing complicity or feeling like they are, as modernist, sort of constrained modernist critic, refusing to be manipulated, or those that commodification, gamification that Chris is talking about, right, is geared towards a certain class element or a certain kind of audience, you know, an LA audience or something, right, which I'm, you know, very much interested in because I think the themed environment of LA's consumerism is so much on Kienholz's mind, as is Duchamp. I would just bring the French connection back, you know, the importance of that Duchamp exhibition that Walter Hopps did in 1963 in Pasadena. It can't be overestimated, I think, for the LA world. And the way that, of course, what happened at that show, right, with Eve Babbitt's, you know, bride playing chess with Duchamp and all that kind of publicity stuff is, I think, you know, just dovetailed nicely with what already was going on in the LA art world and its emergence of a kind of infrastructure of gallery and then courting kind of media attraction. But I think Kienholz is this kind of interesting, you know, he's the carnival barker, but he also sees Duchamp's ambition and interest in sort of manipulating our historical categories. And I would sort of think also, I was thinking about, with all the stuff about resin, you know, the way that we could think about some of these things is like collections. Kienholz has a kind of collector of the resin. I just went to the Sir John Soane Museum for the first time on this visit and loved it. I love the Museum of Geographic Technology in LA, you know. But there's a sense of the kind of time there also that I think Kienholz is interested in doing. And so the Still Life live piece made me think about that, just time scale that he's, you know, they're thinking of 100 years, 200 years in the future is, you know, not unlike Duchamp's Boîte en Valise, and this kind of Boîte en Valise is a kind of tableau that's, so I think he is thinking deeply about history, you know, through this banal vocabulary that he has presented with him, or to him.
I just think it would be so great if you know, you put a great panel together. It'd be so great to have somebody from Germany, because I didn't really understand. He spent all his time in Germany, and he wasn't being a colonialist or looking at imperially or looking at a defeated nation. And I've read these wonderful things about his radio piece, which unbelievably was put on by the Gallery Mag in Zurich as well. But going to these flea markets and seeing all these old German radios, I found that very moving. It's not just kind of seizing any old junk some of the time. So I believe that well, I don't know, I like to imagine what was going on in his head. I believe he engaged, and the idea to actually live there, not just to go for 3 weeks and stay with somebody, but to actually live in Germany. And I wanted to ask all the experts if he spoke German or if he tried to. He didn't at all.
No, he did not. And Lauren actually is writing about her next project is involving these radio pairs, yes. But Nancy and Ed did not speak German.
But anyway, he did make the decision to, I think it was just very shocking. So I think it really links up, and I'm glad you showed those pictures of the Berlin Wall and the casualties, because it was an incredibly tense, horrible and strange and divided atmosphere.
Just raise your hand and you'll get the microphone. You raise your hand.
Excuse me. Can I just say something?
We're going to use the microphone. You can see what's happening.
I just wanted to say something. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. I lived in West Berlin and I met Ed Kienholz, and I showed it him twice. Once in the Stadthalle in Düsseldorf, the exhibition on Monumenta, and also showed it in Kunstverein in Cologne. And the thing about Ed Kienholz is he was a very warm, extremely generous, and very kind human being, right? And I'm a great, huge fan of his. And what I find very depressing, that he's not respected or even cared about in this country.
Yeah, quite.
The reason is that this is a Philistine nation. You may not have noticed that, but I lived in Germany 30 years, and I know exactly how well the Germans treat artists. They do not treat artists very well in this country because unless you show your tits literally or metaphorically or dress up as Widow Twanky, you are invisible. Right?
Well, have you been to the United States?
And yeah, it is interesting that it starts to emerge like the distinction between an American and a British reception, that we can actually think of them as somehow equally disinterested in some sense, and then this idea of his reception or his place in Germany. But to come back to Johanna's question about complicity, I guess I'm also interested, and this is, I don't know, maybe someone else has thoughts on this, maybe you do, from doing more work on the German stuff, but I wonder like how, you know, the division between how West Germany and East Germany deals with the legacy of the Second World War and the Holocaust, like those very different histories, and he's obviously in West Berlin. But the way in which, like, in a sort of commonplace understanding, people often think about, like, Germany really dealt with it, you know, they really thought very seriously about it, they made monuments, they paid reparations, and now in this current moment we see just the completely, like, venal return of fascist politics within Germany, not to mention the way in which, like, the state is hounding anybody who's involved in any form of Palestinian solidarity, part of a kind of what they call the Staatsräson, like the reason for the state, as is understood within the German political landscape at the moment, is tied up with the protection of Israel. So that to me says something about how we need to think about complicity, is that, or how we deal with complicity, is it can never be static, like it has to always be moving in relation to what the changing political landscape is. And I think that's what I find like very interesting and promising, having looked at so much of Kienholz's work the last 2 days. It's just like the breadth of what he made, and some of it, I agree with you, feels very banal. Like there are low moments for me, like there are one-liners, but there are also works that are so incredibly rich that feel like they have that capacity to like update how we think about what complicity is, or what our sort of relationship to the way in which the representation of violence functions and what it can do. Which, yeah, I think the discussion of Five Cost Stars is very interesting on that, like what it can do in different places. And I agree with you, like it's not, who is it directed to? It's directed, I think, to a white audience, like that's what he's trying to do. But I don't know what it means for white Germans as opposed to, I think it still means something. I don't know. Sorry, that was a bit scrambled.
No, thank you. Joe, you have a comment.
Just picking up on what Lan just said, and your question about complicity, and to return us to the white American audience, because I know much less about the white German audience for Five Car Stud, but in my research into looking at constructions of fascism in the 60s and early 1970s in the US, complicity is a really overdetermined word within that discursive space, because comparisons were so frequently drawn between the complicity of the average German in Weimar Germany and then the sort of the neglect to respond and to act to the regimes of state violence and repression that were sort of gripping the Americans in the late 1960s. So you very, very often hear we're being told to be like the good Germans, to just keep quiet and to not to take to the streets or to protest. So I think complicity, I don't know whether that's in Kienholz's like thinking at the time, but it's really there in those kind of activist spaces that were using fascism, of which I think he was a part, to understand the then contemporary American position. There's a new book that's just come out by Will Norman. He's a literary scholar in at Kent, but it looks at the trope of complicity in post-war American culture. So the primary evidence might be slightly different. I don't think it includes the artists that we're talking about today, but certainly the intellectual and cultural context in which complicity means something I think might be useful. And then the only other thing I would say was it gets to a point in the late 60s when fascism is used with such abandon that it becomes satirized, so it's kind of overuse, it becomes a source of fun. So there's a kind of satirical publication called The Berkeley Fascist that's published in '69 that kind of takes the piss out of the hippies who were saying, oh, you crushed a blade of grass, you're such a fascist, you know, you've not smiled at me, this is so fascist, which I think point to some of the limitations of complicity too, because you can overreach it, so it becomes so freely allocated, you know what I mean? Distributed, that it becomes kind of meaningless. And I think we hear so much, I think that's something I'm thinking through at the moment with regard to the contemporary moment about degrees of or notions of complicity. How do we do that?
It's only useful, this is what I meant to say, it's only useful if it leads to commitment.
Yeah.
Like, it's only useful if it produces a form of political commitment. Otherwise, it ends up with a banal kind of like, oh, we're all complicit, we're all, this is, you know, who cares? Like, it only means something if it leads to political commitment. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
I started thinking that Five Crestad was that the audience, the constituency willing to hear Five Crestad was the one that wanted to disavow some other white, were white audiences who wanted to disavow some other white audiences.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the limit. I know what you mean.
So it's Germans who want to disavow Americans.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. As the originators of techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree. Thank you all so much. Oh, we've got one more call in.
I think is one thing that I think is important. We've all been talking about Ed Kienholz. You were forgetting Nancy, and Kienholz is the generic name for work by both Ed and Nancy now. And the work changes, absolutely changes, and it'd be very interesting to document how it changes once Nancy takes over. I never knew Ed, but I did get to know Nancy very, very well. And you contrast the difference between Roxy's, which you can actually couch in misogynist terms, the way it's depicting these women, and the empathy shown to the women in the windows by the holographs. And that's just one obvious example of how the work changes. But I just did want to say, don't forget Nancy. I mean, you said yesterday, Sarah, where are the women? Nancy can easily get written out of the history by the fact that she married Ed, and was the only one of the numberless wives that Ed had that could actually work with him and stay with him. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around, and thanks to these amazing papers and these panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.